is 9:31 and we'll call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit and now settlers from around the world. I will start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans is going to be here in just a few moments. Look at, that was impressive. He heard his name and ran in. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Bon matin.
Bon matin. Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott. Councillor Elliott, just checking online. Not yet. Councillor Wright.
Top of the morning to you.
This is great. Look at this. Fantastic. Fantastic, everyone. Let's move on to this piece. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare?
Mr. Mayor, I may have, actually, no, I do not.
Fantastic. Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang?
Yes, I will move that the March 17th, 2026 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Additions of 7/7/2026 Council and Committee calendar changes, number 2, and 7/8/2025 Edmonton election financial disclosures, non-compliance.
Second.
I think seconded by Councillor Paquette. Might have won the race. Please, any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move approval of the minutes from the February 17th, 18th, 2026 City Council meeting, February 20th, 2026 City Council non-regular meeting, the February 24th, 2026 City Council public hearing, and the March 10th, 2026 City Council public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions, errors, or omissions on the minutes? Not seeing any. Please vote for approval of those minutes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Next, protocol items. And I actually just need to double pull this up here. The other two, I'm doing the other two tomorrow. So just the one today, one this morning. Well, the other two will be done tomorrow. Just confirming. Yes. All right. Well, as Councillor Tang said, bon matin, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome a delegation that we have here. We are honored to host Mayor Bruno Marchand and an 18-member delegation from Quebec City. On behalf of City Council and all Edmontonians, bienvenue à Edmonton. And the fact that Mayor Marchand and his team have traveled here with such a large group speaks volumes. When leaders from another major city take time out of their busy schedules to visit us, it's a meaningful compliment. We are thrilled to share what we've learned as we've grown our city, and we are just as eager to learn from them. Municipal collaboration is about more than just exchanging ideas. It's about building a stronger country, one city at a time. Whether we are in Edmonton or Quebec City, we share the same fundamental goals. We want to get people moving with efficient public transit. We want to tackle housing affordability, breathe life into our downtowns, address homelessness, and keep our communities safe. The delegation is here to see our LRT system firsthand as they prepare for their ambitious Tram-Cité projet. We're proud to show them our progress. We'll also be talking about how we manage waste and how we build complete, vibrant, and safe communities. This mission is a true example of our One City approach in action. Various city departments, including Integrated Infrastructure Services, Urban Planning and Economy, Community Services, and the Office of the City Manager, alongside our community partners, have been activated. It is this coordinated effort that ensures a welcoming experience for our guests. So to the entire delegation, we are ready to learn from you, and we want to share with you. And so I'd ask the delegation just to stand so we can welcome them into council chambers here. Thank you very much for joining us today. Feel free to grab a seat. They will be heading out very soon on their LRT travels. I was originally going to join them, but we've got a lot of business on council, so I'll hang out here. I'll join them once the tour is complete, and but so excited that they're going to be here with us. So thank you again, and I guess it's time for your tour. I think you're ready to go, so feel free to, I think our protocol team will take you away. As much as I know you'd love to sit through an Edmonton City Council meeting, I'm sure you sit through enough of your own. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we all like it. Summer, yeah. Thank you, everyone. All right. And with that, let's go to selection of items for debate. Feel free to click on to the board. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, sorry. I will select 7-6, please.
7-6.
6-4.
6-4.
And I can happily select all the other must be selected, so I see 6-1, sorry, 6, oh, no, I will just leave that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright.
You got 7-6. I'll, 7-4 and 7-5, please.
7-4 and 7-5. Okay, Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I'd like to select item 8.1, 8.2, and 8.4.
8.1, 8.2, and 8.4.
Thank you. Those will be for voting purposes only.
Voting only? Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone who has questions on any of those three bylaws? You can come back, don't worry if you forgot things, but I want to check. Anyone have questions? No? Okay, that's great. I'll take that just to acknowledge for voting purposes only. Oh, go ahead.
I apologize. I do have questions on 8.2.
Okay, no problem. I will make a note of that. So this is, thank you. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
The item 6.1 has not been selected yet, eh?
Correct, it has not been
I
selected.
select 6.1.
6.1 you have selected, okay. Anything else for you?
Just see. No, nothing else. Nothing else for me.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
9.1, please.
9.1. Did you, is that the only one, Councillor Jans, or did you want to select the other must be selected that I think was your original motion?
I will also select the must be selected. That was my original motion.
6.2?
6.2.
Thank you. Okay. Appreciate that. Okay, Councillor Parmar.
I will select 6.3, 9.2, 9.3.
6.3, 9.2, and 9.3. Okay. Councillor Paquette.
I'm good now.
You're good now. Fantastic. Councillor Clark.
I'll select 7.3 for tomorrow.
7.3, that's set for time specific tomorrow. I will select items 7.1 and 7.2. Some great news on on the operating side that I hope people hear about as I look longingly to the top right of this place. Any other selections? Okay, seeing no other selections, I'll take a motion to approve all remaining items.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Salvador. Do I have a seconder?
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. So the remaining items, just for reference, would be 7.7 and 7.8 and 5.1. So please vote to approve all those remaining items.
Just waiting for one. We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Madam Clerk, do you just want to review? I think we know which ones we have passed, but we'll just go through it again.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So committee has approved the following requests to reschedule reports. Item 5.1, Edmonton's Economic Development Agency review is now due to come back April 22nd to Executive Committee. It has also approved the following recommendations. In 7.7, the 2026 Council Committee Calendar changes number 2, and 7.8 is just here for your awareness. The 2025 Edmonton Elections Financial Disclosure Non-Compliance Report.
Thank you very much. That's what I had as well. Next, request to speak. There are some, but as typical at council meetings, we typically do not hear from public speakers. I know on 7.6, just to confirm, were they not part of the delegation last time? I think so, right? The folks that have registered to speak from the Windspear were part of our delegation last time, weren't they? Right?
They were.
Okay, so they would still be planned to be a part of the delegation. Is that the thinking? Although we've spent a lot of time discussing it, and so I'm curious. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was planned,
Okay.
but they were part of our delegation at Executive
Okay.
Committee.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay, that's helpful. So anyway, if somebody wants to make a motion, but I hear at least on that they'll come forward. I appreciate there's still speakers registered on another item, but as mentioned, we typically don't hear from speakers. So unless there is a motion to hear from those speakers, we would continue as we normally have. And of course, yes, since there's no motions, folks can always email us directly if they have questions or want to offer feedback as we get to those items. So hearing none, let us continue on. Request for time specific. I think we have all of them already predetermined, which is, oh no, there is a request, sorry, for 9.2, I believe, to be between 3:45 and 5 p.m. today, if selected, which it was. So, Councillor Parmar, do you want to make that motion on that time specific?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. 9.2, City Manager Annual Performance Evaluation Update Number 4, between 3:45 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Any questions on that? Not seeing any, please vote.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So that item will be time specific. Next is voting on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Rutherford.
Yep, I'm happy to, I can also move the ones selected for debate as a separate.
Yes.
Because
So
they were only selected for voting purposes, so I'll
Correct.
just move those separate to
absolutely.
the other ones.
Yep.
But I'll start with the ones not selected for debate. So I will move first reading on bylaw 8.3, a bylaw for 8.5, 8.6, and 8.7.
Second?
Seconded by Counselor Stevenson. I just want to double check, for this 8.3, do you want the recommendation first before the three readings? Is
If the
order?
bylaw doesn't pass, you can't pass the recommendation.
Perfect. So let's do this order, all right? So thank you. Please vote on first reading of those items.
I'm a yes.
Just 1 second, we're gonna, we have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Counselor Rutherford?
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Thank you.
Second?
Seconded by Counselor Stevenson. Please vote on second reading of those bylaws.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Counselor Rutherford?
I'll move consideration of third reading on the aforementioned items.
Second?
Seconded by Counselor Stevenson. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Elliott. We're just sending the vote out now. We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Counselor Rutherford?
I'll move third and final reading on bylaw 21397, bylaw 21383, bylaw 21408, bylaw 21396.
Second.
Thank you. And that's seconded by Counselor Stevenson. Please vote on third and final reading of those bylaws.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Counselor Rutherford, do you want to do 8.1?
Yep, I'll do 8.1 first because it's already on its second reading. So I will move second reading on 8.1.
Second?
Seconded by Counselor Stevenson. Please vote on second reading on that item.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Counselor Rutherford?
I'll move third reading on bylaw 21384.
Second?
And that's seconded by Counselor Stevenson. Please vote on third reading of that bylaw.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. And Counselor Rutherford for item 8.4.
And 8.2.
8.2, Counselor Principe does have questions
You have
now,
question-
so.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
So we'll
Sorry
just do
about that.
8.4. No,
Okay,
no problem.
Good clarification. I'll move first reading on item 8.4.
Second?
First reading of 8.4 has been moved. Please vote on item 8.4.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Counselor Rutherford,
I'll move second reading of item 8.4.
Second?
seconded by Counselor Stevenson. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That
I'll
is
move
carried 12 to 1. Councillor Rutherford?
Sorry.
No, that's
I'll move
okay.
consideration of third reading on item 8.4.
Second?
Consideration moves, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on consideration for third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13 to 0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move third reading on bylaw 21382.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on third reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12 to 1.
Can we do the recommendation?
Absolutely. The recommendation 8.3, correct? You want to move that, Councillor Rutherford?
Yep. I'm happy to move the recommendation in item 8.3.
Second?
And that,
You want me to read it in?
no, that's fine. It's in the report, so as long as it's as stated in the report, please vote on that recommendation for item 8.3.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12 to 1. And excellent. So,
Excuse me, Mayor, can I recall for the vote there, please?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we think we have to recall, or
We'll
because
just recall it. We
recall.
don't need to reconsider it
That's
because it
right.
was a hot sec. And please don't look at the screens. We'll look
that's
at your
too late. I already
screens.
looked at the screen. Once you said no, I had no choice.
We're getting them fixed.
It's like say, don't push that button, and it's right in front of you. I got no choice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13 to 0. Thank you. Just going through. The one thing I forgot to do as part of the adoption of the agenda, and it's not something we've done every time, but the last two council meetings we have changed the rules around the minutes people can speak and ask questions. There is a motion prepared if somebody wants to move for the 3-minute speak. Oh, Councillor Paquette seemed to rush to his microphone. Do you want to move that motion?
I would love to move the following motion.
It's on the screen if you.
That City Council adjust the rules on time, oh, my glasses are not working this, on time limits as set out in Section 38 of Bylaw 18155, Council Procedures Bylaw for the March 17th to 18th, 2026 City Council meeting, so that each member of council has 3 minutes to introduce an item, 3 minutes to ask questions, and council may permit additional rounds of 3 minutes to ask more questions and 3 minutes to close.
Thank you for moving. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions on that? Yeah, Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I'd just like to move to amend that it's 2 minutes to introduce an item, as that's our current practice.
That's our normal practice. Is that, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. Can I treat that as friendly? So essentially, we would just probably strike that bullet point because I think we already allow for 2 minutes, or we can just specify 2 minutes. Either way, 2 minutes to introduce, as suggested by Councillor Stevenson. That is a friendly amendment. Any other questions?
I have one, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Thank you. Yeah, it popped up. Councillor Jans?
Just wondering if we should just make this a go-forward change for all council meetings except for public hearings.
We can consider that at a later time. So a fair
Can we
question.
not amend this, just to make it go forward?
We would actually have to do
that
it.
by a bylaw.
Correct. Yeah.
So does this need to direct admin to do this for today and direct clerk to bring forward a bylaw to do that?
I
we
don't
do
think you
this
can
every time,
amend
I don't
this
know why.
motion, but I hear what you're asking for. Let's take I'll work with the clerks and we can take away what that would look like, just to find the
Sure.
right time to make a
Okay,
motion
never
like
mind.
that.
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not seeing anyone else for questions, so I can go speaking. You have questions,
Take
Councillor Paquette?
5 minutes to close.
Councillor Rutherford, to speak to it first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit frustrated that we're here and that this is how we're managing our meetings. I think that, you know, especially at council, we have things that are very much pertinent to Edmontonians, and I think about some of the items on this agenda where we're now going to limit our ability to ask really comprehensive questions and get the answers that we need, let alone speak to these really pertinent topics that are, you know, millions of dollars in scope and scale. Yet we're selecting items for the sake of a good news story. We're selecting items that were already debated at committee. We're selecting items like, this isn't how we deal with this problem. And so I actually will not be supporting the amendment on the floor. I don't think this is how we go forward in terms of, especially we've already limited council meetings. We used to, previous to 2021, there used to be 2 council meetings a month. And that was moved to once a month. And it seems like we're continually limiting. And it's the same with the lack of the receipt of information. There's times when, as councillors, we want to speak to those things, and now we've lost that ability too. So it's getting more and more, we're trying to solve a problem with, in my opinion, the wrong tools. I think the better amendment to the bylaw for council is that we should not be selecting items that have been debated at committee unless there is new information or it's been requisitioned. That would save us time. So I just felt like because I'm going to vote no, I should give an explanation. And I think to my colleague's question, I don't think that this should just be random, just put it on the floor to go forward. I think it needs a comprehensive conversation about what is the actual problem we're trying to solve and what are the best tools in our bylaws to address that. And if it's time management, like I said, I think we would save a lot of time if we did what Calgary does and don't allow things to be selected that already have come up from committee unless there's new information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
Yeah, thank you. I also won't be supporting the motion on the floor. I agree with my colleague around the, you know, deep importance of being able to ask questions for issues that are important to Edmontonians. I'm also finding, and we can maybe confirm this, but when we have been limiting ourselves to 3 minutes, we have done multiple rounds, and again, each multiple round takes time to vote on, and so I'm just not convinced that we're seeing some marginal gains from that. Very happy to reduce the speaking time, to be honest. That's fine by me, as I'm going to wrap up in 30 seconds, but I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just going to echo my comments from my colleagues, is that my concern is, like, we limit this down to 3 minutes, but we can do as multiple rounds as we wish. And I think that will even add more time on to what we're debating. And that's been a frustration from my aspect too, of the time it takes to get through a lot of the items. And I believe that we should go a little bit more expedient through our committees and then take it here with this new information. So that's why I don't think I can support this one either, but thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, thank you. So the reason I am in support of this motion is, well, as has been mentioned, there is actually no limit to the amount of questions that a councillor can ask if they have questions, as we can go with multiple rounds. But one of the reasons that I strongly support this motion is that we find sometimes that there is a lengthy preamble to a question. Sometimes that takes upwards of 2 to 3 minutes, and then the question appears. So this may give some psychological discipline to get straight to the question, which is the role, because if we want to speak to something, that's when we speak to it at the proper moment. And so I think that this will actually save some time, and I do agree that if something has been debated at committee and there is no new information, it probably shouldn't be selected. Although, because everyone's voice should be heard, if there is new information, of course, select it. So, but that's a separate question, and we should deal with that one as well. But for today, and given the number of things that were selected and the time that we have for council this week. I think this is an appropriate motion, and if we want to discuss changing the bylaw or any other factors at a future time, we absolutely should do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is defeated 7-6. So we'll continue with the regular rules on that, and we'll move on to item.
Just because I'm seeing the faces, it's a special, it requires
Oh,
two-thirds
sorry, that's
majority
right.
to suspend your own rules. It's not a simple majority.
That's right. That's right. That's why it was defeated 7-6. Yes. Sorry. I just already jumped into that. Thank you. So that's great. So we will continue on, and we'll move to item 6.1, which is the bylaw 21424, which is the spring 2026 minor revisions and general appeals.
Just while Nancy's getting settled, so this report comes forward from the Office of the City Clerk twice a year. It includes minor adjustments and repeals of some of your bylaws, as well as policies and motions. We don't have a presentation, but the delegation of ourselves, as well as our colleagues from administration, are happy to take any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. It was selected by Councillor Rutherford, so please go ahead.
Thank you. I just need to jump back to historical. Actually, maybe I'll just pull it up. I think in general, I just had some questions on a few of the items, and then also items that were not, that I was expecting to see and were not included in this. So, sorry, now my eScribe is not pulling up the report. I apologize. This isn't even preamble, Councillor Paquette. So I guess one of my first questions is around the motions to be amended and rescinded. So I guess I had a few questions on, first of all, we just had a discussion where I asked specifically about a motion that was made last June, and then it was, it got usurped by the mayors, and that it would be coming forward for repeal, but I didn't see it in here. This was related to a mayor from the motion and infill debate.
So Councillor Rutherford, that would be one we would look to capture in the next version of this with the city clerks when they facilitate that.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then, why is the police officer authorities one being rescinded? I and replaced with a memo. I wasn't comfortable with that.
You're speaking of the peace officer one?
Yeah, so the first item as proposed to be amended to a memo instead of a report on the police officer authorities.
Yeah, so for the peace officer authorities, when we investigated the extent to the enhanced authorities that were within our purview, that would not require budget, we thought that a memo would be more helpful to council. But I also have David Jones on the line, and maybe he can give a bit more color and just see if you're still comfortable with our recommendation or if you'd like us to do something different. David?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think when we look at all of this, it's going to take a lot of work working with the Edmonton Police Service and with the province to get to what is feasible, what is appropriate for enhanced authorities. And I think what we're suggesting is in the next few months, we can put a memo in front of council giving a trajectory of where we're going. There are going to be some items that will need budget come the 4-year budget process. So we're trying to work in how all of those will fit in as well, rather than try to bring a memo, or sorry, rather than try to bring a one and done report to council. This is going to be a fairly lengthy, involved process.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I mean, you could always do a memo and still keep the motion for the report on the books, if I'm correct, Madam Clerk. So that would not, so if we did not approve this being changed to a memo, that would not preclude administration from sending a memo at any point at which they'd like to share information with council.
That's correct. You can remove it and the motion would stand.
Because I definitely have heard, you know, even in recent conversations with the commission and the chief about that there is a lot of work, and I do think that there needs to be some council oversight or check-in points. So I guess I would like to move to strike 1 from this.
Yeah, do you want, so, and I realize we probably should have done a motion at the start, so you can make the motion with that
Well, I
piece.
had to ask questions.
That's absolutely, yeah, yeah. So do you want to make the motion with that revision then, is what you're?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that I think there's multiple points to the motion.
The motion would be that the attachment is amended to delete the motion to amend number 1.
Yeah, I think what the mayor's saying is I need to put the original motion on the floor first, but then I can't
Yeah,
amend
it can be moved,
Okay.
as amended. So if you want to make that amendment as part of the overall
So can I
motion.
move the recommendation as amended, please?
Okay, we're going to capture
We'll
that.
put it on the screen. We'll just give MJ a second. It's as in the report with the minor adjustments attachment 4.
Yes.
And if there are other adjustments,
Those will be separate amendments that people will make. So that's been moved, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. The motion will get put up on the screen. And if there are any further amendment or further changes people want to see, you will make those as amendments. Do you want to take your time to introduce Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just again, this one caught my eye because I know we've been having lots of conversations about, you know, some of the intricacies with our peace officers, EPS, the whole safety ecosystem. This is a council priority, so I do think it needs to have a touch point. Plus, I really would like to understand more. I know there is a bit of an inequity in what our transit peace officers in Edmonton can do versus in Calgary, and so I don't think a memo suffices, and that's why I'm making this recommendation to continue on and at least have some council checkpoint on the books.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with questions. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, I want to do the school. Thank you. Yes, it's been sitting here, and I thank you for the reminder, Councillor Tang. So, before we go to Councillor Stevenson, we have some guests today. Very excited to welcome the grade 6 class from McKernan School in Ward Papasteo, which is Councillor Jans. He is your city councillor. He represents that space. We're so excited you are here on a tour today. Fantastic, and has the tour just getting started, I'm guessing, which means mock council coming next. No mock council, just a tour. Fantastic. So what are we going to be touring? Somebody want to raise their hand, let me know what you're going to be touring today. Do you know, did anyone follow? Did anyone get told ahead of time and pay attention when you were told what you were getting toured? It's that was one very reluctant hand. Okay, let's go ahead. Please let us know what you're touring today. Just City Hall. Fantastic. Anything, that's a good place to tour. So, well, we're so excited to have you here today. The tours are delight. There's a lot of things. Just yesterday, I went into a room that I didn't know existed, and I've worked here for 12 and a half years, so that was embarrassing. There's another media room that exists on the main floor. Who knew that? Not me. Yeah, so there it is. It was a great room. And so I'm excited for you to all get to experience the wonderfulness of our City Hall, especially on such a bright, sunny day. It lights up our space. So thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you, and welcome, everyone. It's great to see you all. And now we'll go to questions from Councillor Ann Stevenson. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So just to stay on peace officers for a moment, I was just concerned to see the rescinding of the report on the harm reduction training. So I know that when we had the conversations it was said that we wouldn't be able to do additional training without additional budget. The rescinding rationale seems to suggest that we don't need more budget, so I just want to confirm that that work is happening.
Thank you for the question on this, because it's important, because we want to make sure that our peace officers are trained to the highest standard to ensure that they are being effective and safe. When we got this motion, we did examine all of the training that our peace officers undergo, both through just becoming a peace officer, but also all of the training that is mandatory for City of Edmonton employees, but also those that are specific to a Community Standards branch. When we looked at that, we did see that there was a lot of training that seems to meet this need, but we've also done some work in the past with Native Counseling Services, and we've been in contact with them regarding their capacity to assist us with this. I'll pass it over to David. He'll be able to give you a bit more information.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. So as Jen said, we did a deep dive into all of our training, and what we can see, we're just shy of about 400 hours of training for our peace officers to become peace officers. And about 60 hours of that, or about 15% overall of our training, can be tied into kind of harm reduction or adjacent training. And as Jen mentioned, Native Counseling Services of Alberta was able to give our entire branch training, a full day training on trauma-informed care and compassion fatigue awareness. They had to suspend that a while ago just because of their own capacity to keep delivering that training, but we're in conversation with them about continuing that in the future because it was very well received. And this is something that we were able to pay for out of the existing CSWB money that went towards enhancing our professional standards and training center.
Okay, well, I think it would be helpful to have a memo to update on that. So I guess I would just move that instead of rescinding this motion, it be amended to say, return to council with a memo on the training initiatives.
Okay, I'm just making sure they're capturing that. I'll see if there's a seconder first, and then we can start putting that together. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. We'll wait for a few moments before we continue on, because then we'll just take care of this amendment once we have wording, and we can put that up onto the screen. Yes, yeah. Yeah, oh, of course. Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe could I carry on with just some other questions?
Preferably not, because this is now going to be in a vote on this amendment, so I want to make sure we stay confined within the amendment that's going to be on the floor, so we can specifically ask questions on this amendment, and then you can always come back for opportunity once that amendment has been dealt with. I think knowing the amendment that's coming and the wording, I'm okay with an introduction in the short term while the clerks are working on that. So if you want to take your time to introduce that particular amendment, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. This initial motion came out of some conversations that Councillor Tang had helped to facilitate with different groups in our community who have lived experience or living experience with drug use. I found that my conversations with them incredibly helpful, and I think that what I heard from them more than anything was a desire for ongoing dialogue and information sharing. I feel that these folks have great insights that can help our peace officers do their work safely and well to serve all Edmontonians. I am pleased to hear just sort of verbally in the past few minutes about some of the initiatives that administration has taken, and I just welcome having that captured in writing so that I have clarity on that work that's underway.
Thank you very much. We will just wait a few moments because I want to give the clerks a chance to put it up on screen.
Yeah, can I just confirm, not trying to use up your time here, that in attachment 4 under the motions to rescind, you'd like to remove the rescinding of attachment 3, which will let it stand, and that you would like a memo back?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've heard clearly the intent. The clerks are just going to work on the wording. While that's being worked on, Councillor Tang, you have questions on this?
Yeah, I do. Maybe just following that thread of questions. I think the intent over a year ago was also to help with building better understanding, I guess, of what Peace Officer did from a community perspective and what mutual aid organization did from a peace officer perspective. And so I guess to administration, can you just help me understand in terms of your existing module on this topic around harm reduction, like what aspect addresses that intent?
Before David chimes in, can you give me a bit more information about the intent and the perspective of mutual aid that you're driving towards?
Yeah, so the roundtable that Councillor Stevenson was referring to was working with mutual aid organizations who directly interacted with people who did use drugs in public spaces, which is a huge topic during the public space bylaw. And the intent was to really understand the policy impact from a lived experience. And what we learned was that oftentimes the two groups, peace officers and mutual aid organizations, often actually didn't really know why they were doing certain practices the way they were doing. And like Councillor Stevenson was saying, there was a deep desire for ongoing dialogue and understanding. And hence, for the last 4 years, I've done a lot of work around helping to build that bridge with mutual aid communities. And I didn't feel that necessarily went anywhere. And the reason for the motion was to help bridge that. And in this case, it was through training. And so I just want to understand if the training and the modules are in place, what aspect of that addresses this building of understanding between these groups?
So more about mutual aid, less about the people who use drugs.
Mutual aid focus around harm reduction.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you providing the context about the public spaces bylaw conversation. Over to you, David.
Yeah, thanks. I think just what I would say is just by working in those same spaces, our peace officers are very well aware of the mutual aid groups that are especially working in transit spaces because they do come across each other quite frequently. I think the training that we had from Native Counseling Services of Alberta dove into the idea of harm reduction, trauma-informed care, and certainly that the notion of approaching people from where they are and their circumstances. I would also suggest that our work with Bent Arrow through COT has given our officers a lot of appreciation on how to approach folks who are marginalized and need support in a completely different way. So I think we've added that in a number of layers. It may not be directly with an in-service training as you're looking for, but certainly through a number of different avenues, we've our folks are really well aware of that. And I would also point to the fact that over 500 times the transit peace officers administered Narcan last year, saving lives as part of that, that their portion of harm reduction, what they can do in those moments.
Last week, there was a presentation of research done by John Humphrey Center around restoring dignity, mutual aid workers' experiences with community resistance and hate. It was partly funded through City of Edmonton with recommendations of, training and improving interactions with law enforcement, including peace officers. I'm wondering if you feel what you've described, David, is captured by those recommendations.
If I can just interject, sure. We were all aware of that event, and we did have some folks from community services attend. I think it might be a bit early for us to reflect on on what that alignment looks like, but we are looking at those results and are happy to bring back some of that information for you. If I can also just share that with Bent Arrow and our work on COT, we've extended how COT works now, not just in pairs, but actually with entire crews that go out. So we're creating the structure in place to ensure that the learnings from that partner are scaling across our TPOs.
Okay, so then you will incorporate that into the memo that will be coming back?
Happy to do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for the questions. There is the amendment on the screen. Since there are no further questions, anyone wishing to speak just to the amendment, again, just to the amendment that's on the screen, please click on if you wish to speak to that. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, perhaps just very quickly, I appreciate all the work and the modules and the training that is in place. There's a lot of boots on the ground when it comes to working on the issue of housing, houselessness, mental health and addiction, social disorder on our streets. One of the feedback that we've heard often is actually a lot of these boots on the ground don't always recognize what other boots on the ground are, and sometimes it leads to conflict and confrontations and not necessarily collaboration or understanding. I appreciate that those, on the front line may be aware of what other groups are, but I think that learning is not always, exchanged. And this was the initial intent of the motion from over a year ago. And I'm not, I think the memo is great, however, I do think there needs to be a step further beyond just work. Some of the partners that we have mentioned who are doing great work, but it's not necessarily captured by the definition of mutual aid organizations that was initially meant for in this original motion. I appreciate the colleagues from community services who were there to offer their perspective on the report that I mentioned from last week. I don't think anyone from community standards were there, and I hope the colleagues who were there from social development will share what they heard and reflect that in the memo coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson to close on the amendment. Nothing further. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 12-1. So that amendment will be reflected in the main motion. I think the other person on the board, Councillor Tang, did you have other questions?
Sure, yeah.
I think you were the next in line, so go ahead.
Just on another aspect of this one, also attachment 4, I think it's around the agencies, boards, and commission share service. So my interpretation is that you had a conversation with everyone, with all the agencies mentioned in there, and we cannot find room for more efficient share service, so we're not going to pursue the report. Is that right?
So I would say we had conversations internally and with many of our agencies, boards, and commissions. And through that, what we determined was there wasn't anything meaningfully different that we would put in place that we would require writing this report.
Okay. So meaningfully different, but you're saying that currently some of these groups are doing practices that we may not know about?
So there are some things that we identified that we could undertake with willing agencies, and things like when we procure, incorporating them into our procurement that we don't need any special direction to do. But oftentimes, if we were to do a shared service and say like make our HR services available to them, they then wouldn't have theirs. And that wasn't a place that many organizations were keen on going either.
I think and I can't remember sort of the original discussion around this, but I think, we have an expectation for city departments to do efficiency exercises, and that was kind of the expectation with the ABCs as well. And I guess, I have certain expectation come budget time about how they will be presenting there. I know I'm speaking to this a little bit, but I will have certain expectations around what the ABCs will bring forward to, say, individually then. If they're not going to work together on these opportunities, what are they individually going to find those opportunities? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott first, and then we'll do another round for Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor. My question, I believe, probably is directed to Mr. Jones. I know in regards to the motion that was being put forward here about more criminal offenses, warrant apprehension to that effect. Maybe I'm jumping ahead here, but will you be looking at, because if we increase the duties for peace officers, would you be looking at the find out, because that's going to put them in potentially at a higher risk of investigation? So would they be covered by ACERT? Will they have an indemnification for coverage if an allegation is presented before them? Because I understand that is currently not the case. And would there be any potential review of should they be covered under the Police Act and regulations? Because where we do work hand in hand with the EPS, and if we increase their duties, will they be covered in such areas? Sorry, I gave you a mouthful there.
That's okay. You bring up some fantastic points. I think anytime we increase their duties and the jeopardy that they then, expose people to. So if people know that they could be criminally charged, arrested by the peace officers, if they know that the peace officers might be picking them up for warrants, I think we also increase the risk to our officers in the community. So I think that's something that will absolutely be covered off in these investigations. I think there are a number of foundational pieces of work that we have to do before we even contemplate those enhanced authorities. I think the partnership with the EPS is absolutely non-negotiable when it comes to how, if we're going to step into that further role, I think we would need to explore what that looks like with the EPS. We do have an indemnification process here at the city. That's something that anytime, any of our peace officers face potential criminal jeopardy because of, use of force or whatever happened with an investigation, we're able to indemnify them and provide them that legal support. They are already with the changes made just late last year with the Police Review Commission. Now our files do get reported both to the Peace Officer Program and the Police Review Commission. And then it's up to the PRC to decide whether they will take on some of those, higher level investigations, or if they return them to the police of jurisdiction. So in our case, the Edmonton Police Service. I will say that we've had some really productive conversations with the Edmonton Police Service lately with respect to what part of the Edmonton Police Service takes on those criminal investigations that may happen with respect to our peace officers and working in the field. And so, we're trying to streamline all of that. And I think the more we do joint patrols with the EPS, our members get implicated together. And so those files have to be investigated in one stream rather than in two parallel investigations. I'm not sure if I covered all of your questions there, but I'm hoping that started answering them.
No, thank you. And you indicated that there is an indemnification process. I know that's for, say, criminal investigations. Does it also cover them for civil claims?
For that, I would look to my colleagues from legal services to see if.
Yes, I can jump in, Councillor. We do have an indemnity policy at the city, so if there is a civil claim that's brought against a peace officer or any other city employee, we just have to evaluate it through the policy to make sure that it is in the best interest of the city that we defend, and that the person was believed they were acting in good faith, and that the circumstances as a whole would warrant indemnity in the circumstance. But usually that proves to be the case when there is a civil claim.
Thank you. And is that similar in regards to criminal allegations as well? Is it a case-by-case basis? So if they're an execution of your duties versus non-execution?
So in the exceptional circumstance where a city employee would be charged with a criminal offense, we run it through the same factors. That there is an indemnity policy, and if the person was acting in the scope of their duties, they believe they were acting in good faith, and it's in the best interest of the city that we provide a criminal defense, we will pay for that in those circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was going to just flag for everyone, remember the item before us is if we're going to repeal any bylaws or motions. So I gave a little flexibility, but more so at this point, questions should be specific to anything that would help inform an amendment. If you want to not have a bylaw repealed, if you don't want to have a motion repealed, the context of the reports that will come up are not really germane to this discussion. So I'm just going to ask for everyone's cooperation at this point. That I gave a little flexibility, and I didn't want to cut you off because we're all new and we're all learning. So, but I just want to offer that for the rest of the assembly for the remainder of this item. If you have questions, it should only be to inform, do you want to amend the motion that is on the floor about the repeals? So,
okay. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Did you want to move another round for Councillor Stevenson, who I think does have some questions for us?
Yes, please.
Thank you. It's moved. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Before we go to Councillor Stevenson for the next round here, we have some more guests from the grade 6 class here in McKernan School. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Your counselor is Councillor Michael Jans, because the school is within Ward Papasteo. And very excited, let's see, the teacher, the name starts to get cut off. Teacher, who are you? Tell us your name. Jonathan Krantz, thank you very much. It's great to have you. Now, again, so this school just doing tours, so we're going through, you've had some starting exploration of City Hall. Somebody want to yell out your favorite thing that you've seen so far in your tour? Yes, over there, I see a hand in the back. Yeah, please. You got to yell it loud for me so the paintings, that's a great choice of some of the favorite things. I see two more hands, that's all I can take, and then we got to keep going. I'm going to go right there because everyone's got favorite things. Yell it out for me. Yeah, right there. Me? Well, that's very kind of you. So that feels like a very low bar, though. So I think there's so many more exciting things than I am, although my glasses are fun. But thank you. I appreciate that. Let's go in the back row there. Yes. Yeah. Oh, the can? Oh, yeah, right up above, yes. I have not been up there either. Speaking of things I haven't seen in City Hall, I actually haven't gone above and checked it all out. So that's one of the next things I've got to do here. I feel like it's been way too long to actually get a full tour. Who do I talk to? Do I talk to Mr. Robar to get a full tour of like every little intricacy? Anyway. Yeah, anyway, we'll figure it out. Somebody can give me a full tour. This is an operations piece. Somebody can, yeah, okay. So Mr. McEwen, we can set up like a true, like every little nook and cranny of City Hall tour, because I'd love to see that. And that can I include the going up in the Friendship Tower? Can we change the bells back to the songs, though? Okay, that's good. I at least like that. For those who, actually, I don't think anyone would have been here. It used to be that the bells of the Friendship Tower would play music instead of just the boring chimes. 99 different songs. There was like a couple of like Disney songs I remember hearing. It was so much fun. And then who was do we know who got rid of the fun? Is that it? The zip line, yeah. Well, thank you. That's right, copyrights for the bells. Well, thank you all to the grade 6 class for joining us. Welcome. We are so happy to have you here. I look forward to you enjoying the rest of your tour, and thanks so much for joining us. Now we'll move over to, wait, Councillor Rutherford, did you have a first round? You're in a second as well, so Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to confirm the memo that's coming on Peace Officer Authority. Has administration been reaching out to EPS and collaborating with them on that?
Yes, we've been having initial conversations, also with the Government of Alberta.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. Okay, my last one, and I potentially have an amendment for this. It was just the rescinding of the motion for the transition strategy for homelessness-related services, additional information. So I appreciate administration's rationale for rescinding. I think that that's very accurate and fair for point 1 of the motion. However, point 2 and 3 of the motion that looks at the regional housing needs assessment and an itemized list of supports and services requested to address homelessness, mental health and addictions in Edmonton. For me, those are 2 points that are still very relevant. And something that I'm actually hearing from external stakeholders, they're really wanting the city to compile. So just wondering if administration had any further thoughts on the value of points 2 and 3, and if not, I do have an amendment to put forward.
You raised some really good flags. You know, oftentimes we look at these as a full package and don't really think about the sub-bullets behind it. So certainly number 2 about the regional housing needs assessment, we are in our final design of that work that represented the great collaboration we had with the neighboring municipalities. I know Hanny is on the call and he'll be able to maybe speak to that. And then in terms of number 3, an itemized list of supports and services, he might be able to give some insight into that as well. Hanny?
Thank you, Jen. Councillor, if it's information that you would like to be brought forward, we can certainly do that through a memo, and hopefully that satisfies the need that you're looking for.
Okay, well, I think I'll just put I'll put it forward, the amendment that I have, and it would still be a report. So happy for colleagues to change that to memo, but I will just move that attachment 4 be amended to delete, and I'll put this in the chat, to delete motion, to delete motion to rescind number 2 and add motion to amend number 5, that the March 31st, 2025 Community Services Report CS 02575 be referred back to administration to complete the following: integrate the findings from the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, including the services available in municipalities surrounding Edmonton and their approach for supporting people experiencing homelessness, mental health, and addictions in their municipalities. And 2, an itemized list of supports and services requested of the province to meet Edmonton's needs in housing, people experiencing homelessness, and homelessness and mental health or addictions in Edmonton.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Do you want to introduce that, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I very briefly, I just think these are important pieces of information. They help fill out our understanding of the region, of the supports available, and I think also serve to answer a question that I'm hearing from community, which is, what do we need? What do we need for our city to be safe? And so I think that this, safe and healthy for everyone who is here. So I would love to get this information and happy to consider a motion if colleagues lean towards that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions on this? No? Anyone else have questions on this? Just give me a second. No, doesn't look like it. Oh, Councillor Wright, questions?
I was just going to amend the motion to a memo rather than a report.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Principe. Are people comfortable with that, or do you? No, I'm not seeing that's considered friendly, so we'll take that amendment to the amendment, and now we'll move on to. Do you have any introductory comments, Councillor Wright, about the change?
I guess I'm doing it because the mover of the motion is receptive to the memo, and I think it would reduce the number of reports coming to council.
Okay, thank you. Questions on the amendment to the amendment? Again, Councillor Rutherford's not on for this. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to the administration, I guess I can't ask.
No, it can, yeah, the questions can only relate on whether this should now be a memo or a report.
Do you have any thoughts on if it should be a memo or not to the administration? Would it be faster and easier for a memo?
Memos are usually faster and easier than producing a report.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yep, there are questions. Hang on. Councillor Rutherford's going to be to speak. Councillor Paquette has questions on whether to have a memo or report. That's the only thing we're asking questions on right now. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, so I guess the question for me would be, what is the intent then of the information? Is it for council to have it? Is it for public consumption?
You can't actually ask the original mover of the amendments. You can only ask the mover of the amendment to the amendments, because that is where we're at. So
Well, through the chair.
Yes.
I guess if there's information that comes out of the memo that then requires something for council to specifically consider, then a motion can be brought forward for council to consider.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Thank you. I see nobody else on the board for questions on the amendment to the amendment. So Councillor Rutherford to speak.
Yeah, I'm speaking not in support of this amendment to the amendment. I know sometimes we think about, what's the big deal? We get it as a memo. But there is power in reports, and this particular item in which we've honed in on the regional piece is something I've been asking about since 2021. And this needs assessment has been coming since 2021. If we do it as a memo and not to council, we do lose that opportunity for public dialogue, but we also lose the ability for our regional partners or other service agencies to talk about how the regional ecosystem is impacting their work. And I don't think we're going to get the fulsome picture. I think one of the biggest follies of our homeless serving system right now is that we bind our systems in ways that the system actually isn't bounded. And so what I mean by that is that we say, okay, well, Edmonton's going to focus on Edmonton, Spruce Grove's going to focus on Spruce Grove, when we know that the in and outs and the flow of homelessness don't meet those arbitrary boundaries. And so I do want to have this as a report. I think we have safety as one of our top issues, and within that safety is around social disorder. And as somebody that has worked in 2 neighboring municipalities of Strathcona County and Spruce Grove, I can tell you unequivocally the inflow into Edmonton and the pressure on our systems from those neighboring municipalities is significant, and it's a picture that I have yet to actually have a comprehensive conversation on. So I would urge my colleagues to not support this being changed to a memo and to support it being, to support the original amendment as presented by Councillor Stevenson. And I won't speak again to it.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I just echo the thoughts of Councillor Rutherford. I agree, a memo is faster and easier, but for the information that we're looking for in order to have a clear picture of what we're dealing with and why in the regional context and how it impacts Edmontonians and Edmontonian taxpayers, I think that's an incredibly important conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that a memo is the appropriate avenue to follow at this time because it'll be quicker, we'll get some information, and then we can proceed from there. If we do see that there's a necessity to have a report written once we see the memo, then I think at that time it can be acknowledged.
Thank you very much. Nobody else on the board to, oh, Councillor Parmar snuck in there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate and I hear what my colleagues are saying. I sometimes don't know if we even need to have the information to act on what we are looking at. We do know that Edmonton is we are the ones that hold the social support services for the communities that surround Edmonton. So we know that there are not a lot of services outside of Edmonton and that people in those areas are coming into Edmonton. So we already know that. And I think that this, we're trying to dig into this to actually have some quantitative information, but I don't believe we need to have such deep detail at the current time to start that lobbying and understanding of what do we need to do as a regional perspective to help the social disorder. We know that we have
more institutions here. We know that people are being dropped off in downtowns or in Chinatown. We know that already, and I think that the memo will be faster to be able to, for us to have an overall higher level policy discussion and seeing if we need to get down more into the details. But that's for me is that the faster we can have the information, the more that we can act on the information. And looking at the items due list and how many reports are coming into council, there are so many reports that we have more reports than we have for the 4 years of our term, and we still haven't even kind of gotten into it. So with that, I am supportive of the memo at the current time, already knowing that the information that we're looking for, we already know by qualitative information, and so I will be supporting the memo.
Thank you. And to close, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. As Councillor Palmer has said, we do know. What can we do about it? It's not necessarily within our responsibility, although I know we have a responsibility to Edmontonians and to the region, but I don't know if we have the resources to do what we need to do. So that's why I consider a memo, and then whatever actions can or need to be taken from there can come to council otherwise.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment to the amendment.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is defeated 5-8. And now we'll move on to the initial amendment. Any other questions on the amendment? Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, just to the administration. So when I look at the report, continuing this report would contradict direction provided to administration through other motions. Can I get a little bit of information on you know, why you chose to actually rescind the report to begin with?
Sure. Hanny, would you like to respond, please?
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I can take that. So the context has changed since the original motion was made, and so there's a couple different motions from council on, for example, options for day spaces as well as options to support emergency shelters, and those bring the city into the jurisdiction in the realm of services that are covered by the province. So there's a bit of a contradiction there, and without getting into any real detail, it also raises some risk with our currently really productive and excellent relationship with provincial administration.
Okay, so your administration is recommending to council to rescind this motion, this report. That's the bottom line.
That was our advice, but I do note that with Councillor Stevenson's focus on portions 2 and 3, that intergovernmental risk is reduced.
Okay, so you would be okay with the amendment as on the table?
We are always happy to follow council's direction.
And with this, if you were to do this report, if you were to do this report, would you have to be taking other work away?
We would prioritize the work and do our best to provide this information. We're already very close on the housing needs assessment. As you can imagine, when we're working with so many partners across the region, if you want to move fast, you move alone. If you want to move well, you have to move at the speed of that collaboration. So I appreciate the patience that this assembly has had on us delivering on that for the region. So we will prioritize our work, and we understand that this is important.
Okay, and then just to the mover, what is the due date? Sorry.
Yeah, I think it would be the original, which was, I thought it was Q1 2026.
We'll check for you. It was referred back, this one.
Okay, and that is all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to the amendment? Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I support this. And the reasons are pretty simple. I mean, vibe-wise, we know the reality of the region in Edmonton in terms of these kinds of concerns. But sometimes, through no fault of anyone, is a disconnect of information. I'll give a quick illustration of that. On Fort Road, there was the Elizabeth Fry Shelter for Women. And in conversations with two different ministers, neither of them had understood the impact on the community, on the businesses, and the feelings of the community because they hadn't heard anything. And so there was a disconnect between the reality on the ground and the policy on the paper. And so without the context of information, without the storytelling that the information provides, there wasn't an alignment between the City of Edmonton and the province in some of those areas. So if we take that one specific issue and have it writ large, what we find is that sometimes there is certain levels of information that the province has, certain levels that we have, and they're not always connecting. So if we can go and move out of the vibe realm into the numbers realm, then we can have really robust and constructive conversations about the impact of these issues on Edmonton. And some of it's probably going to be a good news story, in that we know that through our coordinated efforts and partnerships in building housing, that we are getting more and more people out of homelessness. That's a great story. I'd love to be able to tell that. And then to see how that impacts regionally and what the feeder systems look like as far as the numbers go, we can just keep doing more and better work and probably maximizing provincial dollars just by providing some simple information. So this is, to me, I mentioned taxpayers earlier. For people who are paying tax dollars into these issues, if we can make it more efficient through knowledge, then I think that that's probably a help not just to us, but to the province and to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, again, I'm very comfortable with this. It's removed the redundancy. I know I wasn't going to speak to it, but I just also wanted to add a point of context that I think hasn't been brought up. This report and some of the conversation is actually, I think, going to help with our regional collaboration and conversations. Again, deeply understanding my experience as administration in two neighboring municipalities. I know where some of those barriers are, and that's what I'm trying to get at the heart of with this report. So I think with the deletion and the amendment on the floor that has removed the kind of counter direction, I still think this is really pertinent, and I encourage all of my colleagues to consider supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. And to close, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate the conversation today. I think, I think there's a great opportunity for this work to come forward, to the points raised, improve our regional collaboration, and also just have those evidence-based conversations. I think it's really important to think back to the conversation we had around emergency shelter spaces. And, the former mayor's office was really able to quantify the gap that we had in emergency shelter beds compared to Calgary. And having that defined quantitative ask, we saw success with. We did see the province respond to that, something that we're grateful to have seen. So my hope is that we can continue to build on that by having evidence-based conversations, and I think this information will go far in helping those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Any other? There was Councillor Rutherford still, I think, was on the board. So go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah,
Just a
I did just want to jump back to the one that Councillor Tang was asking questions on related to the economic development agencies and that motion. Could somebody help me understand the difference between if we rescind that motion, but we have a report coming from the one that we just approved at the same meeting, 5.1, what is the context of that report? And is there anything in terms of findings that could be integrated into that report?
Councillor Rutherford, clarity, these are the same report. So you approved a revised due date, but if you rescind the motion today, that makes that moot.
So it wouldn't be coming back?
No, these are the
Okay.
same motion.
Then I'd like to strike for that to be rescinded. I don't know if I can amend my own motion though, so this is where the quandary is.
That's right, because you were the original mover of the motion, so you're right, yeah, you can,
Yeah, so,
so you would have to see if,
yeah.
or, and we've amended it a few times, so I can't
'Cause
really even give you the flexibility to
Yeah.
restate it.
Yeah, no, that's okay, that's okay. I don't mind. I'll see if somebody else wants to, but I will just highlight, as I'm reading the report, the reason that this is concerning to me is because, I understand administration saying that there's no efficiencies to be found, and I could understand that coming back as a memo in this case, but again, we hear pervasively the concern from Edmontonians that we're not being efficient enough, we're not being lean enough, we need that ability to articulate that to Edmontonians. So it's great that you did the assessment. This one paragraph is not enough for me to answer back to Edmontonians.
Councillor Rutherford, if I may, for clarity, the motion that was in 5.1 to move was a different scope. I would describe that motion related to what is the role and mandate of these economic development agencies, what is the budget council provides, and what are the outcomes they deliver. So that report we will still continue to do and bring it aligned with our economic action plan update.
And I guess my question then is, if we rescind this today, can that report still include some of your assessment on those efficiency pieces?
I imagine, I don't know I think I saw Stacy is here, but we can take that away and include some context and information.
I don't think it needs to be comprehensive, but I think the intent is, for me, the reason I'm apprehensive is, again, I always ask, how can I turn around and answer to Edmontonians what I know will be asked of me? And so right now, the information of your assessment is not sufficient for me to be able to go back and answer that.
We can take that away and incorporate the context of what we know from the assessment we've done for the motion in this rescind bylaw and include it in the context of our other report.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I feel like maybe I'll just jump on real quick, Councillor Salvador, because I just want to, because I heard it wasn't and then it was, and so I think it is, but I just want to make sure.
I think we've clarified it. I think if you rescind it today and what you've heard, that it'll be incorporated, the end result gets you to where you're going.
Perfect. Okay, great. I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
To the city clerk, I just wanted to clarify, it would not be possible to vote separately on number 1 and number 2, would it?
Actually, I think it would be.
Would it?
Yeah, so this is a bundled report of a few actions. So you're rescinding things by bylaw, that's not on the floor. Attachment 3 is policies and procedures, and attachment 4 is motions to rescind or motions to amend something previously adopted. I think you can split them, but I'll defer to the chair.
Yeah, I think you could split them if you wanted to. Yeah.
And, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I request then.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. I appreciate that. Okay. Not seeing anyone else on the board for questions or amendments. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion on the floor? I'll just double check. Not seeing anyone click on. Councillor Stevenson to close. Oh, sorry. I think there is folks coming on. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, wasn't I the original mover? I thought I was closing, that's why.
Oh, sorry. No, you're right. My fault, because I looked at the motion, but it's you
So
are
that's why I
you are.
didn't-
Yeah, you are the original mover. Sorry. So it's actually you get the final word. So, and there's nobody else on the board. So go ahead, Councillor Rutherford. You get the final word.
So I just want to say, I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating to me that we're here. We've spent an hour and a half talking about what should be a very innocuous thing. But I think at the end of the day, I hope that what administration and the city manager is taking away is that some things that you are saying are not significant in terms of rescinding, in terms of motions, are actually significant. They were comprehensively debated at council or committee, and I think it would serve you better to look to the original mover of those motions and have a touch point with them on things that you know are of significant passion and interest to those councillors in advance of this report coming forward, so we don't end up in this situation redebating, I would say, motions that were already debated. So that's my one piece of advice. I really think it's important that when motions are considered for repeal, that there's really strong justification from administration, because I think it could be perceived that that we just don't want to have a public conversation about this, or we just don't want to do that work. And I don't think that's the intent of administration, to be very clear. But I think that we need to be very much more cautious with what seems innocuous, but I think in the context of all of the conversations we've had is actually not. And so I don't love that we spent an hour and a half on this, but here we are, and I think we got to a better place of making sure that some of those motions that were proposed to be removed are still going to come back as either memos or reports on topics that we know are important to Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While there's a little bit of cleanup happening, we can still vote. Councillor Jansen, do you want to vote before you run? Do you want to say that out loud to our clerks just to?
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
I'm yes too.
Thanks, Councillor Jan. Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Oh, sorry, and I realized, this was point one, right? We did, yeah, just make sure.
We just
yeah.
voted on the policies
I
and
know
procedures as in.
everyone else is aware, I didn't say it out loud, so thank you. Yeah, now, thank you, that is carried 13-0. Now we'll vote on point two.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
And I know Councillor Jans went to go grab some paper towel, but if you can hear our voice.
We'll stall for Councillor
Yeah,
Jans.
I want to give him
I'm
a
yes.
Thank you,
Councillor
Councillor.
Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you, please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Excellent. Okay, thank you. That finishes with item 6.
Can we do the bylaws, please? There's still a motion.
Yep.
We need bylaw 21424 needs the appropriate readings, please.
That's right. Normally our bylaw, let's
Here,
do Councillor Tang
So
for
moved.
that
First reading.
first reading of the
Second.
bylaw. Thank you. Please vote on the first reading of the bylaw.
I believe it was Councillor Parmar seconded
Yes,
it.
sorry, Councillor Parmar did second that. Yep.
Sorry, what item was it?
This is the bylaw,
First reading.
first reading of the bylaw for this item. You were busy, so we've deputized Councillor Tang as the bylaw mover here, so.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
For me, yeah.
Just waiting on 2 more votes.
Okay, I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you very much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Yeah, Councillor Tang.
Second reading, please.
Move second reading, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar for consideration of third reading. Please vote. I assume Councillor Rutherford's name is there from before. She doesn't want to
Yes.
speak to consideration. I don't think you can. Or actually, you can. You can speak to consideration, I think.
You just
Definitely.
get a, yeah,
Yeah.
we shouldn't.
I think Councillor Henderson did once, as I remember.
Just waiting for 3 more votes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank
Yes.
you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Tang
Final reading, please.
of bylaw 21424,
21424.
Second.
seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. That covers 6.1. Next is item 6.2. This was, motion was on the floor, and discussion had started, but we did not get finished. That motion had been on the floor, moved by Councillor Jan, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Motion had already been introduced and questions started, so I'll just, we're going to assume a fresh board, so at this point, you can click on for questions, whether you had a first round last time or not. Councillor Principe is on the board for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to city administration, is this something that administration has been doing, or would you need direction to do that?
This has not been a current advocacy priority, Councillor Principe.
Okay, has it been in the recent past?
I don't know, Councillor, whether there's been any formal advocacy on this piece. I know that this is something we've looked into in the past to see if there are any options or workarounds that we could do without going to another order of government. But I don't know that it went any further than that when we discovered and learned that there really wasn't anything we could do internally.
All right. Does administration have a recommendation?
I don't think we have a recommendation either way on this particular motion.
If I were to request a report, would it be something that administration could provide?
That's certainly something we could do.
That would be, my intention is to make an amendment, that it be a report coming back to council.
Okay, that's been moved. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Feel free to introduce Councillor Principe, please.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I do believe that this could be a very good way to go, but I'm not confident. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have enough information on this. And if administration is willing and has the ability to provide a report to us, I think that would be the way that I could support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have an amendment on the floor to have this come as a report. We can take questions on that. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah. Do we have in our archives such a report already?
We've done a considerable amount of work on this, Councillor Paquette, so to pull together a report or a memo for council won't be a problem.
Yeah, because I recall asking for that report. Okay, so, and Councillor, or Mayor Knack, when he was a councillor, may remember that as well. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jans for questions.
Same question to the administration. I believe a memo was circulated just in our last term, I think 2 years ago, on this topic. Is it possible to recirculate that to council?
Yes.
Okay, so given the fact that there might be reports already in Text Depot, and given the fact that there's a memo that could be recirculated, would the mover consider withdrawing the amendment?
No, I'd like to see it as a report. I believe that there's a chance or a possibility that administration could then give a recommendation or non-recommendation. And there's an intergovernmental aspect to this as well, so I would like to have a more discussion with administration on this.
To administration, if you did a report, would there be a recommendation in the report one way or another?
I'm just looking at what appears to be the report, Councillor, from 2014 in relation to one specific set of restrictive covenants, so not all of them, but a grocery covenant. Doesn't appear that it has a recommendation as much as it's just information.
As I recall in that memo, it kind of said it dead ends with the provincial government, that there's, if I recall, the language is quite clear that there's very little the city can do at this point. There's very little municipalities can do at this point. It's up to the provincial government to make a change. And I believe at the time, the provincial government had expressed an unwillingness to do so. But in the last 6 months, since the Manitoba government has made a change, we and the Competition Bureau of Canada has been making changes. It does seem like other governments are open to revisiting this topic. I guess, is the administration aware of any other, or has the administration, since this public discourse happened in the last couple of months, has the administration heard from any other provincial governments or any other entities looking at reviewing this?
No, we haven't heard anything like that, Councillor Jens.
Okay. So given that, even if a report was created, it likely wouldn't have a recommendation in it, though. I'm not sure that would satisfy the amenders.
Yeah, I don't
intention.
anticipate that administration would come forth with a recommendation. And Councillor, just to pick up on something that you mentioned that touches on what Councillor Principe said, it looks like actually going back in 2006, 2005, there may have been some advocacy on this piece, but it proved unsuccessful.
Yeah. So really, it's up to, we as a council need to take a position. Are we comfortable with these restrictions, yes or no? And if yes, vote down this motion, don't get a report. But if no, if we're concerned here, then we need to advocate.
If council has concern on this piece, then there is either a report, another report could come back, or alternatively, if there's a motion directing or advocacy, that would be another step you could take.
But asking admin to go and create a report trying to change this would be futile because it rests with the provincial government.
It would be for information and entirety of context for council to be aware of the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jens, one option is we do have a May 6 non-regular intergovernmental update. So we could go back, do some quiet advocacy and bring it back so send the memo to you and then bring essentially an update of the May 6 non-regular city council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott for questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my questions may have been answered because I guess the onus is upon myself when my colleague, Councillor Jans, brought this forward. I should have looked into it a little bit further because I didn't realize there was a report. But I think I already received my answer. So if we move, because I like this, but I just want to get some more background on it. If we move forward, and I'll do a hypothetical, this passes right now, does the city have the ability, and it sounds like it doesn't, it has what, to potentially, I'll say, lobby the provincial government to make change? I just want to make sure I have clarity on it.
We could certainly lobby or advocate. The city obviously doesn't have the ability to make this change on its own volition, but if this is a topic that council seeks it necessary to advocate on, we can bring a position forward to the provincial government.
Okay, and thank you. And I appreciate the mover of what you're bringing forward, because I too would like to read more information on this, because I do support what Councillor Jans is trying to put forward, but I'd like to have some information on it first.
That was speaking to it?
Sorry, disregard.
That's good. No, that's fine. I'll count that as speaking. Since there's nobody else on the board, I'm counting that as you speaking to it, Councillor Elliott. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it, I am going to click on. And Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thanks. Yeah, and just maybe to provide some additional context, and part of why I don't want to get another report is only because I've actually dealt with this at least 3 times in my time on council. I think I moved it twice or all 3 times. I can't remember, so that's how long it's been. So just for context, yes, it's been quite clear that council does not have the authority to address it ourselves. One of the motions previously engaged the provincial government, to which there wasn't action at the time, but that was quite some time ago. Different provincial government, different context. I don't see a problem re-engaging in that. One time we reached out to Sobeys directly. They never responded to the letter. Ever from the mayor at the time, and I think that was the most recent time. And then there was a third time where I think it was, again, a provincial conversation or a provincial advocacy that didn't work. And so just for me, for the sake of timeliness, I don't see the value right now in the report, but I also appreciate, I've been here for a while, and so I've had the chance to go through this, but really for this topic, there's one solution. The province can remove it, or the province can't, or the owner of the covenant, Sobeys, could choose to remove it or not. So the only tool we have is an advocacy tool. So that's why I'm comfortable without getting a report, because that information has come back now numerous times over the last decade, and so I'm comfortable with just moving again to the advocacy. It's been a number of years since the last time we tried on this, and we know that the food desert problem is real in a lot of communities, so I'd rather just move to the vote. So that's why I'm comfortable without a report, but I appreciate why that's been moved. So that'll be it for me. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Principe to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so I think I pretty much stated my reasoning for this in my opening. However, times have changed, and folks at this table have changed, folks in the provincial government has changed, and I would feel more comfortable seeing a report on this. I don't often ask for reports because I'm very aware of ensuring that the reports that I request are when I think it's important to gather more information to make the best decision I can. So that is my closing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote on the amendments.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That amendment is defeated 2-11. So now we're back to the original motion on the floor. Any additional questions? I'll just double check here on the board. Those names were from before, but so we'll just make sure it's clear. I'm not seeing anyone else go on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion on the floor, please click on. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I support this motion, although I will say I support it as an important community advocacy. I actually don't expect anything to change because going back to 2006 and through the decades, what we found is that the information and the rationale for retaining the restrictive covenants has not changed and has remained the same. Do I think that there is probably room for improvement here in order to address the food deserts and the different concerns around access to food in communities? Absolutely. And so for that reason alone, it's important to advocate. But again, having studied this for a number of years, I don't anticipate any major changes, but I could be wrong. So that's why I'm supporting it, because there's always a chance.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I will support this. But I do want to share some thoughts. This is a continuation of the debate from last meeting. I was disappointed in the poor articulation of how this relates to our priority areas and some of the lack of responses back to advisory committees that I represent in terms of, how does this affect, say, accessibility. There was also an intent with being the only city to advocate on this issue to the provincial government, and I think, and a lack of interest in collective advocacy. I think it'll be arrogant or even, if not foolish, to think that any win on advocacy is because of a single municipality, a single council member, a single mayor. This issue doesn't just affect Edmonton, it affects a lot of the surrounding municipalities. And I think, I think that attitude needs to change, especially in this current political climate. I also will say this is an issue actually, I think relates to a number of our priority areas in terms of affordability in particular. But it's something I haven't just heard from municipalities or community groups or residents, but it's also something reflected through industry, that restricted covenant around grocery stores is not just contributes to food desert, but it's also a barrier to redevelopment and revitalization. So I think the lever is appropriate, and especially in this case. And I hope to see this create some conversations that will lead to some movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to jump on and express my support for this one. Thanks to Councillor Jans for bringing it forward. And yeah, this is absolutely a really important conversation that's been happening for a really long time, years and years. What I think is slightly different now, and why this is an important opportunity, is it does sound like the context has been changing. And while there's been challenges to advancing this work in the past, it does seem like governments are starting to step up. I believe Manitoba was referenced, where they did recently take steps and introduce legislation to address restrictive covenants, both, to my knowledge, by banning new restrictive covenants and by avoiding existing ones. I understand the Competition Bureau has been making changes as well, so there does seem to be a shift and a greater willingness to review this at this time. Just speaking to the importance of this, we talk a lot about building amenity-rich, complete communities where people can access goods and services and those essentials close to home, and groceries are obviously an integral part of that. I think about when I ask community members, what do you wish you had closer to home? Across the board, almost all the time, it is a grocery store. So this is, as was mentioned, directly related to affordability, directly related to access. I think about the numerous previously operational grocery stores that have closed in communities that I represent, that have blocked food retailers from replacing them. So for residents who don't have reliable access to transportation, they're left without those amenities close to home. So there's community health and well-being implications to this, but also community vibrancy. Given the nature of these large-scale buildings, it's often very challenging to replace them, so they end up sitting vacant for years, which drags down the entire district. So hopeful that we can see movement here, and thanks again to the mover for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. As indicated previously, I would appreciate having a report to review. However, given the comments that were made from the mayor and around the table, this has been presented before, there are a number of, I'll call them dead zones within the city that do not have access to groceries, and I think this is an opportunity here to change that, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. Yeah, I just had to jump in. I appreciate the move bringing this forward. I will be supporting this as somebody who has local grocery stores in my blood with Clark's Grocery. I have to kind of support this, and I think the timing's really good with the expansion that's been announced from some of the big chains that we're seeing and other governments doing it. So this is a good first step for the mover, and I encourage them to move forward from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, I'm happy to support as well. I've heard directly from residents in my ward that at times they've had to struggle at the till, giving some items back because they're just, the bill is just too high. So removing restrictions allows for more competition. More competition means lower prices, and our ability to affect that, these things is limited at this level, but I think this is a good first step. So happy to support. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jans to close.
Yeah, I actually had in my notes to respond to Councillor Tank's question last time about the council priorities, and really I was trying to figure out is this economic development? Absolutely, because we know that, this enables more opportunities for business. Is this growth management? Absolutely, because it enables complete communities and to help people feel good about where they live and have more amenities closer to home. Is this quality services? Well, it's not a city service, but we know that when people are able to walk or bike or wheel or use a mobility scooter to get to somewhere close by, they don't need to put as much wear and tear on our roadways and add to traffic and add to all those other pieces. And is it safety? Well, again, the most dangerous thing we do every day is get behind the wheel of a car. And anytime we can help people make trips closer to home where they can walk, it's so much more accessible. It's so much more affordable and enjoyable, and you get to know your neighbors. And I'm I just want to give a huge shout out to the Manitoba government for leading the way here. It's a small a small change that Premier Canoe himself has said won't lower the cost of eggs overnight, but it does enable both more choice and more competition and more optionality, which is really, really important. So very excited to have the support of council today, and as noted by my colleagues, the ground has shifted. I think more and more Canadians are waking up to the fact that we don't really have a lot of competition in Canada for groceries. And my office, we've met with, I think, 4 or 5 of the big grocery store offices, and almost all of them have said, we're willing to stop doing this so long as everybody else does at the same time. And the way to do that is through regulation. The way to do that is having everybody come together at the same time. So the fact that Manitoba is doing this, Competition Board of Canada has flagged that they think these are anti-competitive, that the grocery stores themselves are saying, we're ready to stop. I think this is enabling, and maybe, a decade from now, we'll have many more grocery stores throughout mature neighborhoods that we're refilling in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. Next will be our time-specific item, and so I'll take a motion right away to go into private, subject to sections 19, 29, 34, and then immediately following this, we would be moving on to items 6.3 and 6.4, which includes sections 26, 29, 30, 20, and 29. So, Councillor Jans, you've moved that?
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Elliott. So please vote to go into private to start with item 9.1, followed by 6.3 and then 6.4.
Is it 9.1?
It's
Yeah, 6.4 is a private item.
And 6.3 is also private?
Yeah.
Is also private.
Sorry, because they're unfinished business, it doesn't list it in the same way, but if you look at the, it shows that those are.
Just waiting for one more vote, pretty please. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. We'll take 3 minutes to bring in our delegation for 9.1, so we are on a short recess.
So I think if you want to just pass a motion to keep your one private item in private, and
Yeah.
then also to keep 6.3 in private, and let's just table 6.4 till we know what we're doing.
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll wait till we bring in the,
Did you reach them? Yeah, okay. Yeah. We'll have to defer further discussion on 6.4 till we get a response back. Did you want to put a motion on the floor regarding 9.1 to keep that in camera?
yeah, are we ready? Sorry, I just didn't.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
perfect,
we're
okay.
back on top- we're back on top.
Councillor Principe, do you want to move that we keep 9.1 in private?
Sure, so moved.
Thank you. Do I seconded, Councillor Stevenson, do you want to second that on 9.1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please vote to keep 9.1 in private.
Just waiting on one more. We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next would be item 6.3. Councillor Parmar had selected that. Do you want to move that? Or we keep that in private?
Yeah, the February 17, 2026 Office of the City Manager Report, OCM 03414, remain private subject to sections 26, 29, and 30 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote to keep that item in private.
We have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. And next is, we would move on to items 7.1 and 7.2, which will be dealt with together. And while folks are getting settled and we're having some guests come, this will give me a chance to welcome. Oh my goodness, here we go. Well, let's let them get seated, and then I will welcome our guests. Excellent. Almost everyone is there. Grabbing their seats. Look at this. Well, let us, before we start doing our presentation on the city's financials, which is very exciting, but even more exciting is the fact that we are joined by the grade 2 class from Donald R. Getty School in Ward Ipiko-Kanipiotsi. Your city councilor is waving frantically over there. He's very excited to see you. Councillor John Morgan, we are all excited to see you. You are on a city hall tour? Excellent. And is it a tour? Is there other things that you're doing today?
We're looking at doing an art walk and art tour as well.
An art walk and an art tour. Fantastic. So when did you get started? About an hour ago? 12:30. So have you been having fun, grade 2 class? Yeah, having a good time. There were 4 people that were having fun. I'm excited. That's good. Anyone else? Are you bored as the others? Or are you just? It's not quite as exciting as you wanted it to be. You're all nervous because this is like a big moment. You're in. Oh, okay. Well, the good news is normally we have to be really quiet, but you get to break the rules right now. So because I get to break the rules occasionally. So are you having fun? Oh, I heard a few more. Okay, that's good. That's good. What's your favorite part of the tour? Anyone want to yell it out so far? Oh, yes, I see a hand. What do you got? Say that one more time louder for me.
Read our page.
Oh, you're having a mock debate as well?
Not with us.
But separate. Okay, what are you going to be discussing? You're the mayor. Mayor, can you? Would you come down, Mayor? Would you like to tell us what you're going to be discussing? We'd love to have you come down, Mayor. Fantastic. I think that's a fantastic, that looks like a bunny sweater as well, so I think that's excellent. That's very spring-like for today. I think that's fitting. Hi, Mayor. What's your first name, Mayor?
Honor Bell.
Honor Bell?
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to meet you. What are you going to be discussing as a class?
Well, we're going to be discussing whether all ages should be allowed to ride on sidewalks.
Oh, if all ages can ride their bikes on sidewalks, I'm guessing, and scooters and things like that?
On their bikes.
On their bikes. Excellent. Well, once you make that decision, make sure to you can let us all know, but in particular, let your counselor know, Counselor John Morgan, because he likes to know those things, as we all do. But are you going to be doing that like in class later on, or are you doing, that's going to be so later in class. So you'll be running the meeting, right?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah? How do you feel about that? Are you excited to run the meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm very excited.
Yeah. Are you going to be real tough if people try to talk too much? Or are you going to try to cut them off?
Well, I'm not.
You might be a nice chair. You're going to let them go a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's kind of you. I'm usually very kind, but that's the one thing I'm generally not kind on, and my colleagues have told me that. I'm never going to let her live it down. Anyways, well, thank you so much for joining us, Mayor, and to the entire class, thank you for being here. It is a pleasure to welcome you to City Hall, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day here. Thanks, everyone.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. What a delightful way to kick us off to the financials, which I'm almost as excited about. Harm, you got it. Take the lead.
We're excited as well. So good afternoon, Council. So administration shares these updates 3 times a year with Council to show the city's financial performance against the operating and capital budgets, as well as our financial projections for the remainder of the year. So this regular reporting is part of our commitment to being accountable and open about our finances with Council and with Edmontonians. It also gives Council a solid understanding of our financial health to support your decision-making. So ensuring the long-term fiscal health of our city while continuing to provide the services Edmontonians rely on is a key priority for administration. Our Q4 financial reporting shows that our city ended 2025 with a preliminary tax-supported surplus of $31.1 million. This is less than a 1% variance from our operating expenditure budget. As administration, our objective is to always manage our finances prudently and responsibly, and to end the year within a reasonable range of our operating budget. We believe ending 2025 within 1% of the operating budget is a reflection of our commitment to sound fiscal management. These results are considered preliminary until the audit and approval of the city's 2025 annual financial statements, which you'll be seeing next month. The year-end results are driven by a combination of factors, which the team will outline later in this presentation. Despite the city facing significant structural budget challenges, the city realized a number of offsetting favorable budget variances in 2025 that more than offset the structural issues in the budget. Administration considers a majority of these favorable variances one-time in nature and would not expect to see these reoccur year after year. Budget variances that are expected to be more permanent in nature have already been adjusted in the 2026 budget through the fall 2025 supplemental operating budget adjustment last December. So these included items such as increases in tax revenues due to supplementary assessment growth and increased tax penalty revenues as well. The city continues to manage structural and ongoing budget challenges, which are likely to further impact our finances in 2026. Areas continue to work on action plans to address the structural budget variances and manage services within their approved budgets. Administration's objective is to end the budget cycle in a healthy financial position. This is important to prevent further deterioration of the financial stabilization reserve and provide the necessary runway to address our structural budget challenges. In the long term, we need to institutionalize resilience and prevent future structural budget issues, which is the intention for the move to results-based budgeting for the 27 to 2030 budget development. It is not possible for the city to deliver services at levels that exceed the budget. To address this persistent challenge, we need to understand the cost to deliver services and the stated level of that service. What is the level of service we deliver? How well do we deliver it? And are we achieving the intended outcome? We also need to look at the way we collect revenue. Who should pay for the services delivered and in what form? Is a service best paid for by the tax levy, a user fee, or a utility rate payer? These are all things we're thinking about as we gear up for the 27 to 34-year budget cycle. So joining me for the financial presentation today is Felicia Muthardi, the city's corporate economist, who will provide an economic update. Kent Bjornstad, the Director of Corporate Accounting and Reporting, who will walk us through the capital and operating financial updates. And we also have members of our executive leadership team here today and folks across the organization to answer any questions that you might have. So we'll start with an economic update and then provide an overview of the capital financial update, followed by the preliminary year-end operating financial results for enterprise and utility programs and our tax-supported operations. The year-end report also includes the carry-forward recommendations that reflect the 2025 budget for projects or initiatives that were not completed in 2025, but require the remainder of the budget in 2026 to address the commitments associated with that specific project or initiative. We also provide an update on the Financial Stabilization Reserve balance, considering the impacts of the tax-supported surplus and the recommended operating budget carry-forwards. I will now ask Felicia to start us off with the economic update.
Thank you, Harm. Good afternoon. So in the final quarter of 2025, key indicators suggest the Edmonton Census Metropolitan Area, or CMA, economy continued to strengthen, with a quarter-over-quarter acceleration in employment growth that was matched by strengthening in annualized wage growth. Wage growth outpaced inflation in the fourth quarter for the second consecutive quarter, which helped to lift purchasing power for Edmonton CMA employees. Now, this economic update will focus on 2025 Edmonton CMA population change, average change in CMA employment, and housing starts in Edmonton. Now, starting first with population growth. Population growth has been a key influence on Edmonton's and the CMA's economic performance in the past few years, particularly with an extended period of rapid expansion, but growth recently has slowed. Despite this, Edmonton remains a standout. The CMA was the fastest growing in Canada between 2024 and 2025, with an annualized growth rate of 3.1%. While this represents a deceleration from a record-breaking year between 23 and 24, it still represents a significant influx of new residents. For Edmonton, compared to other large Canadian cities, so that is those with a population over 1 million, Edmonton's growth was the fastest in between 24 and 25 at 3.4%. And this was followed by Ottawa at 2.6%. Now, drawing attention to this chart in particular, it breaks down the contributions to CMA population change from international migration, with permanent and temporary international migration charted alongside total net change. Now, due to data limitations, we're only able to present these components at the CMA level. So net international migration remained the dominant factor in how the population changed between 2024 and 2025. But it is notable that the levels of both domestic and international migration were lower than in the prior year's record-setting performance. Now, this slowdown in international migration is by design, largely driven by federal policy changes targeting temporary international migration, including international students and temporary foreign workers. Now, nationally, annualized growth dropped below 1% in the fourth quarter of 2025. In Alberta, it fell to 1.7%, which is a sharp decline from 4.3% annualized just a year prior. This signals to us that annualized growth in Edmonton between 2025 and 2026 will likely slow further. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, turning to the labor market, for much of 2025, the CMA unemployment rate trended higher, but not because of job losses. It was because the labor force was expanding faster than the economy could create jobs. However, in the last quarter of 2025, we saw a dramatic shift, with a surge in employment that finally outpaced the supply of new workers. This helped to draw the unemployment rate down to 7.5% by year-end. Now, the CMA ended 2025 with 2.7% annual employment growth, which actually outperformed our original expectations. On top of that, full-time employment growth outpaced employment growth overall, which supported average weekly wage growth that exceeded average consumer price inflation for that second consecutive quarter, as I mentioned earlier. If we take a deeper look into the employment story, two sectors drove nearly all of our 2025 gains. That was the construction and the public sector. Specific to construction, the sector posted 12.1% growth in 2025, although that peaked in the first half of the year. This reflects a massive push in housing starts and support from non-residential investment that we've seen across the region. For the public sector, it saw 7.2% growth, with health, social assistance, and public administration leading the way. Now, this sector saw its strongest momentum in the latter half of the year. Next slide, please. Finally, we'll end with housing starts. So in 2024, we saw the highest level of housing starts since 1990, but 2025 actually beat that by another 18%, with Edmonton housing starts reaching almost 16,000 units. Now, this performance was driven by multifamily starts, which includes semi-detached, row, and apartments, and specifically apartments was a driving force in that performance. Apartments accounted for the greatest share of total starts across all dwelling types at 55%. Now, housing starts in 2025 were also concentrated in rentals, primarily apartments, with a 50% share of total starts. Now, the strong performance of housing starts continued to put upward pressure on total units under construction, especially rentals. Towards the end of 2025, there were slightly over 8,400 rental units under construction, with over 7,700 units being apartments. Now, with that, I'll turn things over to Kent to walk you through the capital results.
Thanks, Felicia. We'll start with the capital financial update, which represents the capital spend against the 23 to 26 capital budget, provides an update on significant projects, and includes an update on debt. This slide summarizes the annual spend from 2020 to 2025, with the city realizing the highest capital spend in 2025 of $1.95 billion. The budget for 2025 is $4 billion, and with a spend of $1.95 billion, we'll have a carry forward of just over $2 billion, which is consistent with the previous years. The high capital spend in 2025 can be attributed to a growing number of large infrastructure projects currently ongoing. Over half of these expenditures came from just 4 projects, which include Valley Line West of $567 million, Capital Line South to Ellerslie of $194 million, Yellowhead Trail, the section from St. Albert Trail to 97th Street of $157 million, and Lewis Farms Recreation Center of $97 million. Other projects with spending over $30 million in 2025 include Terwillegar Drive upgrades, Ambleside Integrated Site, Harlech Park rehabilitation, and active transportation. Over the past few years, we've seen a general increase in capital spending due to the growing capital program. The charts on this slide represent the statuses of significant capital profiles, weighted by their approved budget, and then compared to the previous reporting period. The left chart is budget status, and the right chart is schedule status. So as a reminder, significant projects are defined as capital profiles with expenditures of at least $20 million within the 23 to 26 capital budget cycle, or profiles that are considered highly strategic, complex, include many affected parties, have major constraints, or include a high level of risk. As indicated in the charts, 82.2% of the significant projects are reporting within the acceptable tolerance for budget, seen on the left, and 97.3% are reporting within acceptable tolerance for schedule, seen on the right. And this is projects with green or yellow status. Further information on all significant projects can be found in attachment 2. Now moving on to debt. This chart reflects the city's tax-supported debt servicing and total debt servicing forecasted out to 2041 and compared to the related debt servicing limits. By the end of 2025, the city used 69.4% of its tax-supported debt servicing limit and 54.1% of its total debt servicing limit. The city is projected to reach its peak usage of the tax-supported debt servicing limit by 2029, with an anticipated utilization of 83.4%. Now, based on this, tax-supported borrowing capacity of approximately $1.4 billion is currently available before the tax-supported debt servicing limit is reached in 2029. Now, while this may seem like a lot of borrowing capacity, there are a few things to keep in mind. We have been experiencing cost pressures on major capital projects, such as the Yellowhead Trail Freeway and LRT projects, often having to resort to tax-supported debt to fund the increased costs. We are also anticipating higher costs for major capital projects moving forward, based on what we are seeing on the markets. And lastly, there is a significant renewal gap in the upcoming budget cycle, and it would be wise to conserve debt room to potentially support that renewal gap. Now moving on to the operating report. This reflects the preliminary year-end operating results. First, I'll go through enterprise and utility results, then cover tax-supported results before discussing the operating budget carry-forward recommendations. I'll conclude with a quick overview of key reserves and structural budget variances. As Harb mentioned, these results are preliminary and subject to change until the approval of the city's financial statements. As we finalize the audit, there is a possibility that the year-end tax-supported position could change from what is presented to you today. We'll provide an update on any significant changes when we present the financial statements to the Audit Committee on April 10th and to City Council for approval on April 15th. Waste Services ended the year with a $7.2 million favorable variance. This is due to lower contract costs for organics processing, materials hauling and recycling at the materials recovery facility, higher utility rate revenues, and higher than expected extended producer agreement revenues as waste volumes were higher than expected. This is partially offset with higher personnel costs due to lower vacancies than planned, higher workers' compensation premiums, and an increased valuation for the Clover Bar landfill post-closure liability, which is due to inflationary cost impacts and increased complexity in post-closure activities. Land Enterprise and Blatchford Redevelopment are reporting unfavorable year-end variances, which is due to the change in sales mix compared to budget expectations, as well as timing of their land sales within the budget cycle. Blatchford Renewable Energy has no significant variances to report. This table provides more details on the components of the preliminary tax-supported surplus. I'll take a quick moment to walk through how this table is presented. First, it shows the buildup of the most significant variances contributing to the $31.1 million tax-supported surplus, which is reflected near the bottom of the table. You'll notice at the bottom of the table that only a portion of the tax-supported surplus, $19 million, is available to transfer to the FSR. This is because this report recommends a carry forward of unused 2025 budget in the amount of $12.1 million to complete projects or initiatives in 2026 that were budgeted for in 2025. The carry forward recommendation will move the budget to the 2026 operating budget with offsetting funding from the FSR. This inclusion on the slide is intended to highlight that operating carry forwards lead to a reduction in the surplus amount that would otherwise be transferred to the FSR. Therefore, instead of $31.1 million in surplus flowing to the FSR, only $19 million would be added. Also, as Harm mentioned at the start of today's presentation, although we are showing a surplus for 2025, the majority of this stems from one-time budget surpluses that are considered unsustainable. Without these one-time budget favorable variances, we would have faced a deficit position, largely driven by our structural budget challenges. In other words, these surplus variances were a fortunate occurrence and should not be taken as an indication that our budget challenges are resolved. With that, I'll go over the significant variances that contributed to the surplus. Starting at the top, there is a favorable variance for financial strategies, which is where the city uses risk-adjusted estimates to manage more volatile line items in the budget, such as fuel, inflation on parts and materials, and utilities. We had higher power franchise fee revenue than expected, which is a result of increased consumption caused by unusually cold February and December weather and extended high summer temperatures. This amount also includes power franchise fee revenues attributed to the city from the previous franchise fee agreement, which upon the approval of the new EPCOR power franchise fee agreement effective in 2026, were recognized by the city in their entirety in 2025. There was higher than budgeted membership and admission revenue due to higher than expected demand for programs and services, including bookings, rentals, and special events, which is partially offset by higher rent-related costs lower in the table. This next variance is related to the city's long-term disability program. The City of Edmonton provides a LTD program that offers income replacement for employees unable to work due to non-occupational illness or injury. Payments from the plan typically start after an elimination period, often around 85 days, with 100% of the premiums paid by employees. However, while an employee is on LTD, the city continues to pay the employer portion of their benefit plans, primarily the pension contributions, major medical, and dental plans. These costs are currently captured within the individual department and branch budgets related to employees on LTD. So that is generally how the city's LTD program works. In addition to this, public sector accounting standards require the city to recognize an obligation for continued benefit coverage for employees on LTD over the average expected duration. So in simpler terms, once an employee is on LTD, the city is obligated to cover the employer portion of their benefits, and the accounting standards mandate that we record a liability for the period that is the individual is expected to be on LTD, so the full duration. The city hires an actuary to estimate this obligation based on the average length of time the individuals remain on LTD, which was an estimated 5 to 6 years. For 2025, based on data from the LTD plan, we found that the number of staff on LTD did not increase from the prior year and remained relatively stable. Our budget assumes an increase of staff entering the LTD program. However, this was not the case for 2025. Consequently, the estimated liability related to employer benefit costs for those individuals on LTD is lower than budgeted, resulting in the $7.6 million favorable variance you see on the slide. Moving on to the remaining favorable variances. There was higher than expected tax penalty revenue, which is primarily due to a large number of accounts with outstanding balances from previous years. Lower fuel costs due to lower prices and lower volumes. Lower spending related to the Downtown Action Plan due to the timing of spending. Higher than anticipated supplementary tax revenue as the city experienced more than expected construction activity in 2025. And tax appeal losses are forecasted to be favorable as non-residential complaints have concluded better than expected, in addition to less than expected mid-year exemption changes. These favorable variances are partially offset by higher personnel costs, specifically due to overtime for Edmonton Transit to cover sick time and workers' compensation board claims for transit operators, overtime in fire rescue services, which was required to maintain minimum staffing requirements, as well as unbudgeted impacts of salary settlements, and higher than personnel costs in community recreation and culture for increased staffing and security requirements to meet the higher than expected demand. There was also a net increase in snow and ice control costs compared to budget, which was largely related to the late December snowfall. And you'll also notice in the report we break this snow and ice variance down into all the factors contributing to the variance, the largest being the late December snowfall. We saw lower permitting demands than budgeted, mainly relating to on-street construction and maintenance permits. And lastly, there was lower advertising revenue than budgeted, as currently advertising revenues are recovering slower than expected. Full details of variances by department and branch are provided in attachment 1. So on the last slide, we presented the individual significant variances contributing to the $31.1 million surplus. And the table on this slide shows that distribution across city departments. City operations reflects the largest unfavorable budget variance at $33.6 million, largely due to the structural budget variances, as well as the snow costs exceeding budget in December 2025. Community services also shows an unfavorable budget position primarily related to fire rescue services, where they also face a structural budget challenge related to overtime. More than offsetting these unfavorable departments is corporate programs, with a large favorable budget position, which is due to various factors we went over in the previous slide, many of which would be considered one-time in nature. The rest of the departments ended the year close to their approved budget, with urban planning and environment generating a budget surplus, a portion of which is being requested for carry forward. So as a corporation, we did end in a surplus position. However, this slide goes to show that without those one-time surpluses in corporate programs, we would have ended the year in a deficit position. The year-end balance for the FSR is $74.9 million, before considering the impact of the surplus, carry-forward recommendations, and other uses of the FSR in 2026. This is reflected by the solid red line. After taking into consideration the tax-supported surplus of $31.1 million, the operating carry-forward recommendations of $12.1 million, and $6.5 million of the council-approved items in January 2026, the projected FSR balance is going to be $87.4 million. This is still $63 million below the preliminary minimum balance of $150.4 million. So as you know, in accordance with the policy, in the event that the FSR falls below the minimum, a strategy must be adopted to achieve the minimum balance over a period not to exceed 3 years, starting with the subsequent year's operating budget. Through the 2024 fall SOBA, Council approved tax increases in 2025 and 2026 to restore the FSR back to the minimum balance over 5 years by the end of 2029. Now, considering the preliminary 2025 tax-supported surplus, the FSR is now forecasted to reach its minimum balance in 2028, 1 year earlier than anticipated, which means the funding for replenishment of the FSR will begin flowing to the dedicated renewal fund 1 year earlier as well. Note that similar to the surplus, the FSR minimum and maximum balances are preliminary based on early versions of the financial statements. This slide reflects the operating carry-forward requests. As mentioned previously, operating carry-forward requests are for items with expenditures budgeted for in 2025, not completed by the end of the year, and require the unused funds to be carried forward into the 2026 operating budget in order to complete the initiatives. Operating carry-forwards result in a decrease in the unappropriated FSR balance, as the amounts are allocated to the appropriated FSR, which will then offset the expenditures in 2026. Administration has only put forward operating budget carry-forward requests that are considered necessary to complete projects or initiatives and weren't able to be absorbed within the area's 2026 operating budget. The total operating carry-forward requests are $12.1 million as shown in the table. You will notice that the alley lighting maintenance item is separated as it will be allocated to the 2027 budget, needing it to be a separate recommendation in the report. This relates to alley lighting maintenance and utility costs paid by benefiting property owners through a special tax. The tax rate is calculated by Parks and Road Services to reflect overall costs. In 2025, the special tax requirement was budgeted close to $800,000, but actual cost came in closer to $600,000, resulting in approximately $200,000 overcollection in alley lighting maintenance special tax revenues. The MGA requires special tax revenue to be used for its stated purpose, and therefore the $200,000 excess is recommended to be placed in the FSR through Recommendation 12, which will offset future alley lighting maintenance tax requirements. The overall impact on the FSR of Recommendations 2 and 12 will be the $12.1 million. The report also includes Recommendations 1 and 3 through 11, which also recommend carry forward of funds previously appropriated in the FSR, funded through other reserves, or funded by non-tax levy sources, which have no impact to the unappropriated FSR or the surplus. Recommendation 1 is to approve the continued carry forward of items previously appropriated in the FSR that are planned to be used in 2026, and Recommendations 3 through 11 is a variety of operating commitments funded through reserves or external non-tax levy funds that were not completed by the end of the year. These recommendations will reallocate 2025 expense budgets to 2026 with the offsetting funding sources and no impact to the FSR or the 2026 tax levy position. Details of all the carry forward requests forming Recommendations 1 through 12 in the report are included in Attachment 2. The Planning and Development Reserve is projecting to end the year with a balance of $69.9 million. This is above its minimum required balance of $21.1 million and also above the target balance of $52.7 million. This is a result of construction activity continuing to exceed expectations, leading to higher revenue and a growing reserve balance. With the current reserve balance exceeding the target, the Planning and Development Policy requires administration to adopt a strategy to reduce the fund balance over a period not to exceed 3 years, starting with the operating budget for the subsequent year. The reserve has been above the target balance since 2023, therefore the reserve should be brought below the target balance by the end of this year. The area is currently working on strategies to manage the reserve balance, including increasing staffing levels to meet business demands, shifting expenses previously funded by tax levy to be covered by the reserve, wherever it's considered appropriate to do so and subject to council approval, and performing a cost of service study to understand the true cost of providing these services, which could lead to a revised minimum and target balances for this reserve. The Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve ended 2025 with a balance of $19.5 million, which is above the required balance of $0.9 million. In December 2024, the province announced policy changes to Alberta's Automated Traffic Enforcement Program, which included prohibiting automated traffic enforcement on provincial highways and numbered highways, including roads that connect with provincial highways, restricting automated traffic enforcement to only playground, school, and construction zones, and limiting intersection enforcement to red light running and not speeding. Following these policy changes, as expected, automated enforcement revenue has significantly dropped, projecting a reserve deficit of approximately $4.4 million by the end of this year. Administration recently presented the Municipal Traffic Safety Expansion Option Report during the fall 2025 SOBA, which addresses the service deficiencies from the reduced enforcement. Council implemented Option 2, Partial Expansion Implementation. The report identified that the reserve will require sustainable funding for the 27 to 2030 budget cycle. Administration will present recommendations in the second quarter of this year for long-term sustainability of this reserve in advance of the 27 to 30 budget. If the reserve remains below the minimum balance at the end of 2026, the policy mandates administration to propose a strategy to achieve a minimum balance over a period not exceeding 3 years. Now on to structural budget variances. This table outlines the remaining structural budget variances as of December 31st, 2025. While $13.2 million in SPVs were addressed during the fall SOBA, there is still a total of $42.2 million in structural budget variances needing resolution. It's important to note that these amounts change frequently as areas continue to implement actions or other external factors. Our goal is to address as many of these remaining variances in 2026 before the next 4-year cycle begins. This slide offers a high-level snapshot of the structural budget variances that have been funded, as indicated by the green checks, and those that still require resolution. It is crucial for areas to continue implementing actions that address the root causes of these variances, as continually supplementing the budget is not a viable long-term solution. We are committed to implementing action plans and measuring progress throughout the rest of this year. As a last step in the 2025 financial reporting process, the audited financial statements will be presented to Audit Committee on April 10th and City Council for approval on April 15th. And as mentioned previously, any significant changes to the year-end tax supported surplus presented today will be communicated on April 15th. Also on April 15th, we'll be returning with the spring 2026 tax levy confirmation, which will finalize the 2026 tax increase. That concludes the presentation, and we can move on to any questions.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. I'll go to Councillor Paquette first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Should I make a motion on structural budget variance? No? Okay, all right. So I guess my first question is, like, the Planning and Development Reserve Fund, you mentioned hiring more FTEs. Would that be for like faster inspections and approvals and things like that?
That would be the area that would, yeah, anything to do with the land development process. So whether it's on inspections, delivering the review of permits, or doing the land development applications like zoning. So there were FTEs hired for that to support the increased service demands.
Okay, yeah, because just looking at the slides with the actual housing starts, that means that there's probably a lot of stress on our system.
Yes, it has been unprecedented years, although we do anticipate there will be some adjustments this year in terms of the volume that we're expecting.
Right, and now do we handle that through contracting out or through actual like hiring in-house?
On our inspections, we do have contract support for when we need support on service demands to continue to meet our service levels. So there are those contracts that we do have, but otherwise, they're FTEs within the department.
Okay. All right. And I wanted to move to the Automated Enforcement Reserve for traffic safety. So I'm trying to find the balance here between the cost of enforcing speeding at school and playground zones versus the demand in the community to enforce those things, and where we find ourselves in that question.
So we brought this, what we decided to do was really look at the data to say what are the main problems here, the cost of the playground zones, but also like what are the actual issues that we're trying to solve. And so through a number of mechanisms, really the issue isn't necessarily speeding in those school zones, it's driver behavior.
Okay.
And so part of that fall SOBA options report we provided just in November, December last year had a number of different options to address that. And so we picked option 2, moving towards those driver behavior, and that combined with a report from Community Services for traffic safety enforcement. So that's really where this has shifted, is to how do we address the issues in those areas rather than the costly automated enforcement, given the parameters from the legislation.
So I guess the question I would have is like warnings versus fines, because, you know, that's something I'm hearing about, and we're all hearing about, I bet, in school zones, is the inattentive or frustrated driving from people that leads to sort of dangerous situations. And it seems to me that if there's a lot of that happening, there's a way to get cost recovery while making communities safer.
When it comes to enforcement for traffic safety, the EPS is the primary
EPS we're
vehicle
relying on.
through which,
Okay.
pun intended, vehicle that would be responsible for those driver behaviors. We do have David Jones on the line that could maybe speak to, I know that there's the motion for the.
Yeah. So we got the traffic safety enforcement team that passed, so we've got to train them up. So is that like within this year or is that next year? And then will they have the ability to issue fines?
David, are you available to respond?
Yeah, absolutely. We're still building that program. We haven't done any of the hiring yet. So later this year, the plan is to start hiring the first squad, but the hiring plan extends over 2027 and into 2028 as well to get it fully staffed with the other hiring commitments that we have. But certainly, the plan is to have all moving vehicle violation as part of what we can do with that team in school zones and playground zones, for sure.
Sure. Hopefully by the time fall arrives and back to school. And last question, it should be quick. The $5.8 million positive variance for fuel costs, do we anticipate that's going to change due to recent trends?
I think it's Counselor, Craig can answer as well, but based on what I'm hearing right now, it's still early to kind of anticipate what's going to happen with fuel prices. And we've seen a spike, but we don't know if that's going to be prolonged right now. It's like a short answer is don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank
And
you.
sorry, I realized we didn't put a motion on the floor for the operating piece. Did you want to do that?
Yeah,
Councillor?
so moved.
Okay, thank you. For operating, there is just not capital. So capital's receipt for information. Operating has a very long motion that you have moved as worded in the report, so you don't have to read out, 17 points. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just had a few questions on the economic update. And I think this is building on a few things that we've discussed in the past, but just looking at Edmonton's rental market, it talks about how things have really softened in 2025 as supply expansions outstripped demand growth. And I think it also talked about how annualized shelter inflation was one of the significant moderating factors on consumer inflation. And I think it fell to like the lowest since 2020. Is that right? And I'm just trying to see, in very simple terms, how does that relate to some of the things that maybe we've been doing differently on the land use side? Again, I know we've touched on this in the past, but it looks like that's continued.
Yes, thank you. I think there's the way you can look at it is in terms of policies that the cities has introduced that's enabled a more responsive a more immediate response from the residential construction sector to changes in demand. So we are looking at consecutive years of rapid population expansion. We saw the rental market conditions really tighten. And so you can think about policies in that regard. And I can confirm that in terms of annualized shelter inflation, as in our report, it fell to the slowest pace since the closing quarter of 2020.
Okay, and then looking comparatively across other cities and CMAs. So how are we comparing right now?
Pardon me, in
Sorry,
what
just
regard?
looking across other municipalities, other jurisdictions. I think it mentioned that we've seen, where is it here? Annualized inflation rate of 1.6% was the lowest of the 16 CMAs that Stats Canada produced estimates for. So I guess, is that just another indicator when we're looking across cities, across countries, of some of those policies in action?
I think it would be potentially more appropriate to think about this in the context of the same region over time.
Sure.
Because there are other aspects that might influence, the trajectory of price inflation in any single component when we're looking at it across jurisdictions. But in terms of housing starts, this is one where Edmonton has performed quite strongly against its peers. We did an analysis looking at large CMAs, and Edmonton and Calgary definitely stood out in terms of its performance, in terms of starts per 1,000 population, increasing that number compared to its prior multi-year historical average.
Right. Okay, great, thank you. And then just a slightly different question, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but anything that you wanted to flag just now that we've seen the provincial budget, you know, I'm thinking of some of the things that we might have budgeted for that was sort of on the expectation that we might be getting provincial funding as well. And like White Mud Drive, for example, is something that I just had a question about. Do we know if we saw that partnered funding come through?
I don't believe we have that clarity yet.
Okay. Well, I can follow up offline on that, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a few rapid-fire questions and then a couple of philosophical ones. Just in terms of the exchange rate risks that we face, I know we heard previously that we managed some of that through procurement by procuring in Canadian dollars.
Yeah, we manage it by procuring in Canadian dollars, and where we can only procure in US dollars, then we purchase forward contracts on foreign exchange to try and match the timing of the receipt of those goods and the outward payment.
Okay, well, yeah, and I was wondering, do we hold any US cash accounts?
Not significant US cash accounts.
Is the approach that you outlined, which I'm not sure I fully understand, does that mitigate our risk as well as just holding US cash would?
Well, you would be holding US cash for like a different purpose. That might be considered more speculative in nature, whereas we purchase forward contracts for US cash, or we hold US cash when we know that there will be a US cash outlay. But we don't just hold US cash for the sake of holding US cash.
Oh, I see. So the forward contracts we're procuring on this date, we are going to purchase the amount of US dollars so that we know what the cost of those US dollars are.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The land fund retained earnings, it's at about 19 million. Could we just clarify if that's land enterprise or general land sales? Isn't clear on that.
So Councillor, if you're looking at the utilities and enterprise section of the report, so land enterprise is, that's just land enterprise.
Yeah, but then there was land fund retained earnings.
And sorry, where are you seeing that?
Oh, sorry, I can dig it up and I can
Okay.
come back so I can find that exact reference.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet. 103rd Ave, A Ave Pedway. Am I understanding from the report that there has been a pop-up added, so a public entrance added to integrate with the transit station? Sorry, it's a bit all over the place, but my recollection from previous conversations was that was not contemplated in the design, so just wanted to confirm that. I think it's a really positive addition.
I'd have to confirm that, Councillor. It's Jason Malista with Integrated Infrastructure Services, but we do know that obviously the Pedway connection connects to the existing Pedway, and there's an existing pop-up, if I understand your definition of pop-up, like a portal at the southeast corner of the civic precinct. So I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that detail and follow up with you separately.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving towards a more philosophical question. I think the definition of on budget is really interesting, and I think it was included in the glossary. And I don't know that it was what I always think about when I think about on budget. So I'm just wondering, have we asked Edmontonians what they think on budget means?
So you're talking about the capital definitions, right?
Exactly.
I don't believe we've asked Edmontonians that as part of any engagement. It's certainly, I'm not aware of it, but I'd maybe look to Mr. Malista if he has any further information.
And I can jump in and comment. I think what I would say is the financial update actually has a different definition than we use on Building Edmonton. On Building Edmonton, we come back to the approved budget set when we get to the delivery stage of the project. In other experiences in my career, we measured instead of on budget would be at contract award. So our definition of on budget on Building Edmonton is based on the estimate before we award a contract. And so we would see things like within this report, like the Capital Line South, where we went out to procurement, we had an estimate, that number came in higher, we came to council, council approved. That project will be read through the lifespan of the contract, even if that project is delivered on the contract's budget. And so it just is a system that the City of Edmonton has accepted. But I would tell councillors that if you're comparing with other municipalities may measure on contract award, which might actually show more green than our model, which also measures our estimate at a point in time. And so I think both things are important, how well we can estimate and how well we can deliver a project. Our measure is a blend of both.
I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question about the planning. It's I feel like we don't get to see a reserve that's in that much in the over reserve. Can you maybe just explain? You talked about like hiring staff and things like that. When is there a conversation about shifting that funds into something else? Is that something that we as council would be have done in the past or would do?
So there's a policy that governs the planning and development business model, and it's intended that we operate between 35% and 75% of our operating budget. And it's really to allow for the ebbs and flows of development activity. Where we have a high peak year, we're able to continue to deliver those services the following year. Because you might have paid for something in 2025, but the service, like an inspection, isn't delivered until 2026. The policy also allows for funds to be used for process improvement work. So this is where we leverage it for our use of AI or technology improvements. The reserve is there. These are application fees that our applicants have paid for a service. And so that's what is held in the planning and development business model. It's not recommended to reallocate for other purposes because it's intended to operate the entire continuum in terms of the planning work. If it's helpful, we can certainly follow up. I think I have a recent memo in terms of the planning and development business model and other reports that I could highlight for council if that would be helpful in terms of the history.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful because it does feel like there is a fluctuation, and I think that's why the policy states, within a 3-year budget, or there's like a policy within the 3 years. It's just, when we look at, if you look at one side of the business doing extremely well, and then you do look at other sides of the business that are really looking and strained for funds, when I look at other things, I just think that maybe there's an opportunity. Of course, that's what the intent of making sure that you are able to function in the ebbs and flows, but maybe there is an opportunity, to borrow, move, just making sure that we're not losing a window of buying power in the current times that we have. But I appreciate that there is a policy around that and that you'll be circulating that, and I understand the constant desire, and we'll see basically after your upgrades how much will be in that fund as you go along. But it would be nice to understand if there are projections in that as well. Maybe we'll see it in the next 4-year budget term as well.
We do that in terms of the projections and forecasting based on what we're anticipating for service demands, to understand both what FTEs we need to deliver the service and then how our funds would adjust, because when we have less service demand, then we need to look at our resources, and it takes more time to adjust on the resource side, depending on the area of work. But there's been times in the past where we were very close to less than
Being
10 million.
bankrupt.
Yeah. And so
I understand.
But I can follow up with more information for council just to create line of sight of that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. It's always nice to see when it's in the plus. In terms of the funding for enforcement, I think it's interesting because when, I always think that the
provincial government changing the automated revenue, but I forgot about the red light cameras actually, and I wanted to understand more about, they still operate and they still must bring in a significant amount of revenues?
They do, yep. So the red light running are still in operations, and we're also working with the GOA's administration to expand that. So there's currently a guideline that we apply and have to meet the different regulations in terms of where and how many we can add based on crash data and things like that. So we're trying to lean into that right now. I think we have over a dozen applications to expand that program. That said, not having the automated enforcement ability, we had to scale our programs to match the revenues. But we are working with GOA to try to leverage where we can those red light running cameras.
And do we have a decision date on any of those applications that we have made?
We don't have a decision yet. There was some back and forth. We don't have a decision yet. Caitlin's just messaging me. So we're working with them, processing. There's some back and forth in terms of like details. We're using a lot of the data from tech. So no answers just yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I'm looking at page 9 of the presentation, and I just wanted to confirm the tax-supported debt servicing, the total debt servicing and the tax-supported debt limit. Could you remind me what is the Edmonton policy and which is the provincial government policy under the MGA?
Right, so Councillor, so what you're seeing in that attachment, that is strictly what we're showing there is the Edmonton policy. The provincial policy, which is 2 times consolidated corporate revenues, our policy is more restrictive than that one, but it's not shown here on this slide. As one of the major municipalities, so Edmonton, Calgary, the MGA gives us the authority to set our own debt limits.
Right. What would the provincial government, if that was on that slide, what would it be?
Yeah, it'd be much higher. I don't want to do the math off the top of my head, but...
are we talking 50%? Are we talking about...
It's 35% for the provincial government, for the MGA, for debt service.
35%. So the fact that we are batting around, looks like what, let's say 16%, that's less than half of what the provincial government would be allowing us to borrow on debt.
It depends on which debt servicing limit you're talking about for the city of Edmonton. So we have a tax-supported debt servicing limit, and then we have a total debt servicing limit. So our debt servicing limit for total debt servicing is 26% of our consolidated revenues. And the provincial equivalent limit would be 35% of your total debt servicing. So we're well below that. The other number, Councillor, that I referenced there was your total debt limit, so your total available debt limit, and we don't have something equivalent at the city where we manage our debt servicing. But the total debt limit that the province institutes is 2 times your consolidated revenues, which we are well below.
So we, as a thought experiment, we could effectively borrow double what we are borrowing right now and be under the provincial guideline.
You could borrow more and be under the provincial guidelines. I think what you have to keep in mind is anything that you borrow, you pay for through debt servicing. So you need to collect taxes for that. And that you also look at that with respect to how much borrowing, how much of your operating budget is being consumed by debt servicing. And if you're comfortable with that number being higher, then we could absolutely look at either revisions to the policy or reverting back to the municipal guidelines.
And I will flag, Councillor, as well, in addition to what Stacey said, this is where you got to start considering impacts to your credit rating, depending on where your debt limits are and how high those go. So in addition to the operating impacts, there could also be impacts to your credit rating. And our last credit rating, even though it was a positive one, they are watching our debt and our use of debt and how we use it strategically moving forward.
Yep. No, I understand all of this. I think this slide actually, if it had the provincial ceiling on it, it would actually highlight quite a good news story where we are. And I guess for the sake of today's discussion, renewal is absolutely a key priority for council. And we know that if we don't do renewal, there are hiring operating costs. How are we factoring in, say, something like re-roofing a building that may have a higher borrowing cost, but then it will save us on future operating cost? Like, how do we figure out the sweet spot between repair and renewal replace while staying under our debt limit?
So Councillor, when we borrow debt, when we finance capital projects, we look at it from, we typically only finance large transformational infrastructure projects. So using your example there of a roof replacement, maybe not something necessarily we would borrow for. And we look at generational equity. So we spread, because it's usually 25-year debt, we spread the cost of that borrowing out over the term of the asset. So that's like, those are the principles we use to borrow. We consider when we're borrowing. And we'll also factor in if it makes sense to borrow for something that would save you future renewal costs. That would definitely be something we consider. That's why in our debt policy, we do factor in transformational projects and major infrastructure renewal projects as well.
And maybe to add to that a little bit too, I mean, we run life cycle programs on all of our infrastructure, so we know when to replace, when we should replace, and what we're spending on the operational cost to elongate the life of that asset. I think that's kind of what you're getting at in your comments there, but obviously the renewal deficit that we do have, prolongs the life of that asset and costs us more money operationally in the long term.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. Just a question on just the tax supported operations, just on the favorable and the unfavorable. Now that we're kind of already in almost at the end of Q1 in 2026, I know we gave a little bit of color on some of those ones, and some of the descriptions, but I just want to kind of see, like, do we have the kind of sight line on how we're doing on some of those ones? Like, if they're more favorable, like if we look at, the 10.3 on memberships and admissions, like if that's going to continue, that's great, right? But then if we go down to like the personnel costs, what are we doing to address, that shortfall?
Yeah, I'll say, Councillor, it's still really early in 2026. Like, we've just closed our February kind of month end, so we're still kind of reviewing results and assessing impacts. Some of these structural budget variances we will see continuing. So personnel, you got your overtime that you're experiencing in fire rescue services and Edmonton Transit. We'd expect to see those things continuing throughout the year. So yeah, so still early days in 2026.
I would say, though, I'll just maybe add that when we are budgeting, like as part of the fall SOBA and part of our budget adjustments, when we're seeing trends that we expect to continue, we actually adjust those budgets in the budget adjustment process. So we've already been adjusting for things like memberships as we're seeing those numbers increase.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to move another round?
I will move another round. Questions.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. We currently have two more folks currently on, now we have three. So just as a reference, and no worries if we run, but once we hit 3:30, we'll be moving to go into private to deal with the next item. So if we don't finish this, it'll get done whenever it is. But Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. For the capital, I'm glad to see the more expenditure at this point of the 4-year budget compared to the previous cycle. Just in terms of that comparison, what would you say changed or improved? And is there anything you plan on accelerating in 2026 to meet closer to hopefully surpassing that percent of dollars mobilized compared to the same point last year or last cycle?
Thank you, Councillor. We're aware of the progress and the spend. As we get into the last few years of the 4-year cycle, we do expect our projects are ramping up into construction stages that do have more spend than in the earlier design stages. And so we are seeing significant progress being made on our capital projects, and we anticipate significant progress this summer as well.
anything specific that you think would be accelerating this year to kind of try to activate more of those capital dollars?
I think all of the dollars are devoted to a project. Jason, do you have any comments about particular projects?
Yeah, I can offer. I think at this point, we're kind of at the peak or apex of a lot of our construction big projects. And what's driving a lot of that spend, just as Harm and Kent explained in the presentation a little bit, is some of our major transformational projects are at kind of midstream. And we do expect a lot of that work to carry forward this year as well. So we've got a couple other projects that we know that are going to begin to start ramping up. We've got Twilliger Drive Stage 3 on the south side. Things like the event park downtown will also start to see expenditures ramp up. So
I just want
we
to
expect this trend to continue.
Yeah, and I just want to double check, $100 million active transportation, are we going to be looking to be pretty complete with all that by the end of the 2026?
We are reaching the point in that program where we're starting to accelerate some of the work where we have some of our more higher capital spend projects. So the first couple of years, we're primarily focused on some of the more easier to implement projects. And we are expecting that expenditure will start to ramp up and accelerate as well.
Okay, thank you. Just on question on the Mayo Kumin neighborhood renewal, I see it's 9% over budget, but just remind me, we did add, there was a budget adjustment to add more funding to that envelope, correct?
Hi, Councillor Tang. Yeah, it is from that level an administrative adjustment that would have been in one of the fall SOBA reports for that. And it is based upon the different road treatments that we're able to do. And we're finding that some of these later neighborhoods do not have the road structure to be able to recycle it. And we're having to reconstruct it. So that's what's going on with those ones. But
So
yeah,
is that 9% over budget of like over the new budget that we added more funding to, or is that before?
no, that's based upon the original budget. And it's actually decreased from last quarter from
I see.
13 down to 9.
So then now that we've provided more support, more funding support, we should be good.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
quantity based, so it's based upon how much we actually use, and we've got 1 year left in that project.
Okay, great, thank you. Just wanted to switch over to operating. Just for all the expenditures not used in 2025, do we have some guarantees that they will be expended this year? And this is kind of across the board, so I don't have any particular department, so perhaps city manager?
The intention is yes. So generally, the answer would be yes to that. We're trying to expend as much as we can, as quick as we can.
Yeah, because I think it's concerning if there's such a pileup of projects not.
Yeah, I think we're at a natural apex, like Craig or Jason said. We're at the natural apex of a lot of our projects. That natural acceleration is happening now.
This is for operating side.
Oh, sorry for operating.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Because that too.
Councillor Tang, I can probably,
Sure.
one of the things that we do is when we do the reserves review every 3 years, that also provides us a point with where, a point in time analysis where we dive a little bit deeper into those things that have been carried forward and are sitting in appropriated FSR to make sure that they're getting spent and are released if they aren't.
Okay, all right, that's helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to clarify for myself, and if this is something we can't talk about, let me know. But for transit, the ad revenue, now, I'm assuming that the variance, the negative variance is based on what we expected and so budgeted for, and then we had that variance.
That's right. Yeah, these were agreements that we've had with advertising companies. These agreements were built pre-COVID. They stretch until the end of 2025. We've got an RFP out. We're going to be retendering this and have to adjust that revenue. But the revenue changed due to the advertising climate throughout the COVID period, which has led to a variance that we're trying to address through a new procurement.
Okay, so it just took a few years to manifest, or?
Those they're long-term contracts, so when you look at advertising contracts, typically you do it for a long period of time. And we're adjusting that now.
Okay, I see. I got it. All right. And then the 4.5 in tax appeals, was that to do with, like we anticipated more cost in dealing with appeals than actually materialized?
That's correct, Council.
Okay, that's right, okay. All right. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Except for one comment, thanks for bringing in the Ballin Belvedere renewal or revitalization at Even Steven. That's awesome.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just looping back to that last conversation, I'm wondering if there's potentially space at the infrastructure committee to talk about the methods that we use for describing on budget.
Yeah, I'll take that away.
Okay, wonderful. Just lastly on operating, I always simplify things a little bit, but I was just thinking through our structural budget variance, and fundamentally, structural budget variances can result when we have predicted more revenue than we receive on an ongoing basis, correct? And so, yeah, sorry.
I was going to say, or the, like OSCAMS is a great example. So this dates back a number of years. The prediction for revenue was created and built into the base budget, but then the user behavior, changed over time with that addition of a fee. And so the budget didn't change, but the behaviors did and the revenue changed. So
yeah,
getting out of that hole that's one example.
Well, and so that hole, I suppose, so one solution is to increase those revenues to fill up the hole. Is the other solution to change the size of the hole or remove it altogether in terms of what we're projecting in the next budget?
And we've got a strategy for each one of them. So OSCAMs are doing a program review.
Sorry, I'm just mindful of time. Maybe to Ms. Padbury.
So yes, you could do that. Instead, we would just change the projection or change the budget to collect. Yes, that fixes the hole. It increases the tax levy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so something that occurs to me is we have, I think, roughly equal. When I look at our budget variances for ETS and our budget variances for rec facility revenue, those seem almost mirror image in terms of ETS being below variance and rec being above.
Yeah, so your question might be why don't we offset those?
Yeah.
One of the things that I would just flag that as we look at user fee policies and we look at cost recovery, what does it cost to run these services? What should we be recovering from fees? We'd like to have that conversation first.
Okay, and so that conversation is coming forward?
We'll talk about user fees, I think it's June.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, do you have 5 minutes of questions, you think? Okay. No, that's fine. Perfectly fine. We'll have to finish this after the other items. There's no way around it. So, no, because then they're still potentially speaking to it. So I'll take a motion to go into private to deal with item 9.2.
So moved.
Second.
And that's subject to section 29, moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one more vote. Yeah, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. We are on recess until 3:45. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thank you. So I think we're back online. If we wouldn't mind doing 9.2 and then 9.3, and then I'll put the motion for 6.4 in the council chat.
Fantastic. Let's start with that. So 9.2, Councillor Parmar, did you want to move the recommendation?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the actions as outlined in attachment 2 of the, is it attachment 2 of the March 12th, 2026 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03465 be approved. And number 2, that the March 12th, 2026 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03465 remain private pursuant to sections 29 of the Access to Information Act.
I'll second that. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Next, we'll do 9.3.
Please.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. We'll get the wording up on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that attachment 3 be added to the March 12th, 2026 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03465, that the actions as outlined in attachment 3 of the March 12th, 2026 Office of the Mayor Report, MO 03466 be approved, and that the March 12th, 2026 Office of the Mayor Report, MO 03466 remain private pursuant to sections 29 of the Access to Information Act.
And I'll second that as well. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-1. And then we will do the motion on 6.4. Do we have that ready?
Yes, it's in the chat.
It's in the chat. Thank you. Here we go. Oh, that's not the correct names in the chat, but that's okay. We'll update it. Whoever wants it. Yeah, Councillor Parmar, you just want to make sure we have the right names?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
That Councillors Clark and Councillors Principe be appointed as co-council liaisons to the Due North Events Board of Directors for the term of February 17th, 2026 to the City Council's organizational meeting in October 2027. Also, that the February 17, 2026 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03406, remain private pursuant to sections 20 and 29 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. We're back to item 7172, and I think we only had one councillor left on the board for questions. That was Councillor Principe. So, Councillor Principe, I'm going to turn the floor over to you in 10 seconds as I let everyone sit down so they're not frantically rushing to the mics while you're speaking. And they're almost settled in. I think we can safely let you go, Councillor Principe. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question in regards to the items in under the operating budget recommendations. And in several of them, it states that there's a transfer from reserves. I was just wondering if most of these reserves are dedicated reserves, or are they or are some of them reserves that could be used towards something else, like to other higher priorities?
Councillor Principe, most of those reserves where the funding is recommended to fund those initiatives, they're specific purpose reserves. So the reserves that are intended to fund projects that we're recommending for them to fund. The only one there that's not specific purpose is the financial stabilization reserve, which is by its name is a stabilization reserve, which we use to carry forward unused funds during the year to complete those projects next year. So they're mostly specific purpose reserves.
Okay, I see. And then I noticed that Lewis Farms was not in the capital update. Well, sorry, it was, but not the budget variance. Was it just because of timing that it wasn't in there?
Counselor, this was the report as of December, and so yes, it's because of timing.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And then what happens if a motion like this is not approved? Again, it's very many items on this. What would be the impact if this motion was not approved?
So Councillor, majority of these motions are for carry forward of funds not used in this year to be completed next year with funding from an appropriate reserve. So when areas have put these recommendations forward, we've asked them to put forward the recommendation that they require in order to complete these projects next year. So if the recommendations are not approved, then those projects which are recommended for carry forward would not be completed.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Are those names legacy from before? Councillor Stevenson, do you have further questions, or is that from before? I thought so. Yeah, I think Councillor Jans might be new, or did you?
I was new.
Okay, please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about the 0.9 parking variance. I'm looking at slide 19. Is it possible now, I guess I'm curious why, or is it possible to then take funding that is in a positive, can we take that money and reinvest it in the program and hire more staff? Their contracted staff?
So Councillor Jans, slide 19 are the structural budget variances, so I don't believe that that is a positive variance.
Yep.
Wasn't
Parking revenue right now is in a negative position.
I see. Okay. And part of that is because we haven't been doing enforcement, what we heard earlier this week. So what does it take to correct that variance? Is there another area where we could hire people to reverse that variance?
So I would maybe just say there are many things that we could do to enhance parking revenue. Some of the parking reports are coming back later this year, I believe.
In May, yeah.
But those would be better actions for a supplementary budget adjustment or the 4-year budget.
I think what we heard earlier this week in the branch presentations, or I guess last week, was that there's e-park areas right now, like not talking about expanding areas, but there's areas right now where we aren't hitting peak enforcement, and that if we were to staff up contracted staff, we could close that gap. I guess it feels like we're leaving money on the table and we're in a negative position. Is there another area somewhere that we can correct that variance?
This is Jennifer from Community Services. We do have a contract for our parking enforcement, and in order for me to add more dollars to that contract, I need a funding source. So I could work with Stacy to see what is in the realm of possible, but I think her advice regarding a path through the budget process might be the most sound.
Is there no other area in this whole presentation that's positive that the city manager could reallocate funds to take action on this area to generate revenue and not just close this variance, but put us in a positive position here?
There's always paths forward to funding programs. I guess the path that we go through is council, though. So for me, just to pull funds to start up a new program or to enhance a program, I think that's something we go through council to determine.
What's the threshold for the city manager's delegated authority? 1 million, 2 million, 5 million?
I'm going off of memory here, but I believe it is up to 5 million between programs where funding is where there's already funding available. And you can go between programs or between capital budgets, or between the capital and operating budget.
So if we're in a surplus position and we could take a chunk of that surplus, reallocate it here and spend 5 million and make 10 million and finish in an even higher surplus position, why wouldn't we do that?
So surplus position is slightly different, but if your question is, can we, within our delegated authority, move stuff around to manage this? The answer is yes, and I would argue the reason that we haven't done this yet is we have funds. We are managing the programs as a whole, and so what we're trying not to do is pull from one area and create a problem in order to solve another problem that we're working on solving as part of the 4-year budget.
I think I'm out of time.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? Yeah, I will. Just I'll turn the floor over to Councillor Salvador. It's a fair point. I actually did say it to the media, so I probably should say it to everyone here in administration in case they don't watch the news, and for all the 2 people still watching online. Just wanted to take a moment and thank our administration. I think we still remember the story, what was that, June, when there was this projected large over budget, and lots of coverage on that, of course. Headline after headline that said we were going to be over budget and there's, worried about money management and all of that. And now we're in a surplus position through very thoughtful work of everyone within the organization, tireless work, a lot of focus, a lot of effort around continuous improvement and efficiencies. And I'm sad because I am 100% sure there will not be nearly the same number of headlines that talk about the work that was done to get us into this positive position as there were headlines that were worried about what might happen 6 months later, even though we were only halfway through the year. But we should say it out loud because not just the folks here in this room, this is one of those ones that this is every city worker who works to accomplish this, who found that, we've been dealing with structural budget variances, we've been dealing with financial pressures, we've been dealing with, everything you can imagine. And yet, with all of that said, through the hard work and dedication of folks within our organization, we're in a much better financial position. We still are not out of the woods, to be clear. We still got lots of work of managing further structural budget variances. We still got to get further to repaying the FSR. We're not in the clear yet, but I'm in a much happier position today, as I'm sure everyone in administration is, than we might have been 3 or 6 months ago, and so that is encouraging as we go forward into the next 4-year budget. This gives us a little bit better of a foundational setting to help address the overall body of work, which is still a massive undertaking to set this next 4-year budget. It's still going to take a lot of tough decisions. It's still going to take a lot of tough trade-off conversations. So this doesn't negate that work. It just gives us a slightly better position, starting position, as we go and tackle that. So as I look over to ELT, as I look to our financial team, as I look to anyone that is from the city that's listening in, no matter where you are in the organization, everyone played a role in contributing to this. And so I think we just need to say it out loud as much as we can that as usual, after I think now the last 15 years, the vast majority of those years, the city has finished in a financially positive position at year end. There's been a handful of exceptions. This is actually the norm, what we see here today. It's not the other way around. And so in a world where government is constantly rightfully scrutinized about how we spend dollars, it's great to see yet again city staff, city workers, city administration showing that that they're up for the challenge of trying to find good ways to tackle these financial pressures. So that's it. I'll obviously support all these recommendations, but just wanted to say that out loud, said it to media, but who knows how much I'll get covered. So I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board. Councillor Paquette to close.
If I get a seconder.
Second.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Councillor Parmar.
Oh, okay. All right. I have nothing else to add. Mr. Mayor, you said it perfectly, so leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Wonderful. 440. And let's see. Let's go through a quick agenda management. We've got item 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 8.2, and then the motions pending. I think 7.4 has an in-private portion as well as public. I'm actually wondering, because the Downtown Attainable Housing Initiative incentive was debated at council and came forward with a recommendation, can we bring that forward? Maybe.
And I wanted to go into private for that as well.
Oh, okay, there's an in-private component. Do we envision a lot of councillors asking questions? Because this was discussed in public, do we? Okay. I'm just trying to think of what can we get off the radar pretty quickly here, and so if that one, I'm guessing it might only be one or two folks that have questions in. Councillor Wright, do you want to move to bring it forward? We can still move to go into private, but we'll just try to see if we can power through.
I move to bring it forward, item 7.5.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote to bring forward item 7.5.
Yes, for me.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe?
I think they mentioned they might had to leave early, so that does look like they have left the meeting.
Okay, we'll show absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've all
Please
votes.
display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Do you have any public questions, Councillor Wright? Okay, we'll bring I guess I should, yeah, I'll make sure, Ms. Patton. So go ahead with your public questions, and then if we need to go in private, we'll do that after.
Okay, thank you. So part of me wanting to bring
Oh,
this.
sorry, I'm going to interrupt because I feel we should actually have the motion on the floor because I've got to get in the habit of that. Councillor Stevenson, you want to do it as the councillor there?
Yes, happy to put the motion on the floor.
As written in the report?
As written in the report.
Fantastic.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Do you have any introductory comments, Councillor Stevenson?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess some of the new information that came to light, there, I will ask a question in private, but I also, when we received the urban planning presentation, there was a slide that was provided on the community revitalization levies and what would happen, what would happen if we just sort of leave things, and from my understanding, as to what was funded, that we would start to sort of realize gains in 2038. However, if we looked at the items that were planned, we would never seem to get out of the hole. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly. And I think that was slide 23 from Urban Planning's presentation.
So Councillor Wright, yes, we provided during our UPE budget update, we provided 3 scenarios and 2 of them being on downtown. One of them was if all projects in the CRL were approved for funding. So as of today, they aren't. And so this is our forecast as of today, 20 years into the future. So you are correct. We are forecasting that if all of those approved projects go forward, we would end up in a deficit. Today's decision is looking at funding the downtown attainable housing. So that's only adding 1 additional project. And if we move forward with that, give me a moment to pull out the details for you. Come back to me. I'll get you the exact details in terms of when we are looking at the break even, should you add this, and what that would mean for the end of the CRL in terms of revenues.
Okay, so that's my in-public question, so I'll wait for you to get that information then, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, are you on the, that's again a,
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll just, so, again, the clarification or the distinction is funded projects and all projects listed in the CRL, correct? And those are separate things.
Sorry, yes. So all the projects listed included the only funded projects, yes.
So again, if we just stick with the funded projects plus add this one, we hit a surplus position prior to the end, and we're just trying to figure out what that date is.
Well, so this one is self-sustaining in a way. It's not quite the right way to think about it, but we're only funding from uplift that this generates, so it doesn't change the overall picture.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so we can fund this, and then we're still on track to get to a surplus position in that first scenario.
Yes, so Councillor Stevenson, we would hit a break-even point in 2037, and our full forecast notes a surplus of 445 million at the end of the CRL period. To confirm, the assumption we've made in this scenario is that the attainable housing, we're assuming break even. So, and that's just to be conservative. It's likely that this program is going to earn a higher tax uplift, but in order to be absolutely conservative of what the future could hold, we assumed $30 million investment and $30 million return.
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you. Do you want to move to go into private, Councillor?
Yes,
Wright?
please.
Thank you. So you've moved to go into private. Do you have a seconder?
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Yes.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Tang?
Oh, I said yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0, so we'll clear the room again. Sorry, everyone. We're
We're live online.
Thank you very much. The motion's on the floor. We've asked all our questions, and we did have a chance to speak to it. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion on the floor? Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. Just really quickly, I'm strongly in favor of this. I think it's exactly what we need to be doing as a municipality in order to provide more housing options and to see the downtown thrive. For people who weren't around at the time, I think it was in 2021, council chose to offer another grant, an economic incentive construction grant that generated over $500 million in investment, thousands of jobs, and provided, I think, over 2,200 homes. And so if we can see that kind of success again, that will be nothing but good for the city and for the downtown. And as we have heard, we actually do get made whole too, and that will be ongoing, because while this is a grant that, it's money going out, what that means is that a parking lot, which doesn't actually give us a lot of revenue, turns into an apartment building that will give us revenue ongoing for a very long time. And so the benefits that we would accrue from this are immediate with the employment and the economic activity and the money coming into our systems. We'd also get the benefit of more people living downtown, more people availing themselves of commercial services, and this is something that I'm quite excited to see happen. I'm quite excited to see a few cranes going up along the skyline, and thanks again to administration for developing this, and I hope that council supports this unanimously and wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, any closing comments?
Thank you. I've been having a lot of conversations recently around safety and vibrancy of the downtown. We don't hold all the levers that we need to achieve this, but we do know that increasing residential population helps with both of those. And having a safe and vibrant downtown is really key in supporting our economic development goals. I think this decision is also fiscally sustainable. At worst, it's cost neutral to the community, to the CRL, and there is significant upside for that too. And longer term, beyond the sunset of the CRL, continues to provide property tax uplift to Edmontonians. I think there's also a great opportunity for this program to support affordability. There are different ways to look at, why projects aren't viable right now in the downtown. It could be interest rates, material costs, but another big piece is the rent that can be charged. Edmonton is in an envious position of having very affordable rents, which, counterintuitively is a bad thing in terms of incentivizing development. So stepping in, providing this incentive, I think is a great way that we help guard against projects only being built when rents spike. And having these rents moderating against income, I think is also a really unique feature. We know that often rents can increase much faster and can outpace increases in income, but these projects will help moderate that and I think support affordability not only for the units themselves, but for downtown generally. So encourage my colleagues to support this. I think, future conversation around office conversions, looking at some other tools that we might have available to support that, I think is worth exploring, but for now, really, really support this moving forward and encourage my colleagues to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. So it's 4:57. We'll just do a quick agenda review so everyone knows where we're at. Starting tomorrow morning at 9:30 will be the Lewis Farms Community Rec Center and capital project update. Then we would move to, because I don't think anything else is time specific. So what will happen is we'll essentially go in order with the remaining of the agenda. 7.3 followed by 7.4, then 7.6. There were still questions on item 8.2. and then we'd move through the motions pending. While that looks manageable, I do think that we have some items tomorrow that could take a little time, so let's, I don't want anyone to get too excited. Be prepared to be here the entire day, and if we can finish early, that would be wonderful, but let's prepare to be here the whole time so we can use our time wisely for these items. So I think that's it. Until tomorrow, we will be on recess at 9:30. Thank you.